A Friday. Thank God it's Friday, right? We got a live look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. Doesn't that look gorgeous? Wow, check that out there. Full screen, 65 degrees as you get up on this Friday morning. Beautiful colors there, beautiful conditions right now. Look at this shot from our High 5 camera in downtown Memphis. Another just gorgeous morning to start your day. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis there starting us off on a Friday. And Patrick, boy, the weather has been so great all week. We got some changes on the way, though. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yeah, the changes are going to start by the clouds that are rolling into the Mid-South. This is a live look from our High 5 camera coming from the Clark Tower. Beautiful shot here. As I mentioned earlier this morning, I think that this is going to be like one of the top 5 sunrises coming up here in just a couple of minutes here on Action News 5. And of course, it's going to be a beautiful start to your day, but we'll have more clouds that will be building in here. And that's an indicator of moisture that is building from the top down in the atmosphere. See how high the clouds are up in the sky? I mean, obviously, the thick clouds are usually pretty high up in the sky, but these are exceptionally high. They're running about 20 or 30,000 feet up into the sky in a lot of instances. These clouds here are probably closer to about 17,000 feet or so. But you get the idea. You know, we've got some clouds that are moving into the area, and that's the top-down method. We're going to start to see the moisture building from the top down in the atmosphere, and eventually that lower level moisture is what's going to lead up to the what? Better chances for rain coming in for your day tomorrow. In the meantime, though, the weather is quiet. Temperatures are starting off with clear skies in our easternmost communities. Actually, I was just looking at our Oxford camera. We got a few passing clouds there. It's 63 officially at the Oxford Airport. Same thing in Olive Branch. 54 in Ashland, Corinth. Those skies are clear this morning. 66 in Memphis. We've got warmer air to the west because the clouds have been rolling in for a little bit longer across eastern Arkansas. So the clouds will thicken up actually over the next couple of hours. I think between say mid-morning through about early afternoon, we'll probably have mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures will ease their way back up to the middle 80s and a southerly breeze developing around 5 to 10 miles per hour. But a first alert to you, as we've been mentioning the last couple of days, changes are not far off from coming into the forecast, and give you a first alert to the stormy periods coming in here by the time we head towards the latter half of your Saturday. And I say the latter half of your Saturday because the majority of the day, especially early in the day, will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we see the better chances for rain and storms moving into the area, but it depends on where you are, how things will play out. If you're in eastern Arkansas, your chances for rain probably will happen starting closer to like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, then continuing through the early evening hours. For the metro area, it's probably closer to about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, continuing through about 7 or 8 o'clock with the potential for some stronger storms moving through the area. And then in our easternmost communities heading out towards the Tennessee River, it's likely going to be after sunset before you see rain chances beginning to increase for your area. Temperatures again, middle 80s here today. Let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. This is lunchtime tomorrow. And again, we'll start off the day tomorrow with a fair amount of sunshine, a pretty aggressive southwesterly breeze developing about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Most of the rain still well west of us as we go into the start of your Saturday. You see the showers and thunderstorms making their way across central and southern portions of Missouri back into northwestern Arkansas. Push the story forward, get closer to sunset. Sunset now is about 6:20 or so in the evening, and you'll notice rain chances really beginning to increase. I think earlier than that across eastern Arkansas. So this is 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening, about to move across the Mississippi River, then pushing eastward. It'll take a couple of hours, but by the time we head towards about 9 or 10 o'clock, the strongest line of storms will probably be moving out east of the Tennessee River, and then behind that, just some sporadic showers, cooler breezes filtering in here as we head into the start of your Sunday. Some lingering showers early in the day, giving way to sunshine and temperatures that will struggle to get back to near 70 degrees with a chilly northwesterly wind developing on your Sunday afternoon. With that storm threat, it does come with a risk for a few strong storms and severe potential, not completely out of the realm of possibility. This is not the gangbuster severe weather situation, but I did notice this morning that the potential is slightly higher than yesterday. It's not overwhelming, though. So I want you to understand this is not going to be everybody getting severe weather coming up for late Saturday into early Sunday, but some of us could rumble through here with a strong or severe thunderstorm that could move through here. Could it be in Memphis? Yeah, it's a possibility. Could it be in Dyersburg? Yeah, it's a possibility. Could it be in neither one of those places? Yes, also a possibility. So you just have to be prepared for the potential, and hopefully that the potential does not manifest itself on top of you. So let's talk about the threats. Again, the main issue I think for us is going to be the strong winds possibly 60+ mile-per-hour winds as the line moves through here. We're going to notice that along that line, you're going to have these little kinks and bows. If you've ever heard me talk about kinks and bows, the bows are where you get the strong winds, and those little kinks along the line, that's where you could get those brief spin-up tornadoes, which is overall low threat. We just don't have the biggest or the best atmosphere for a tornadic issue, but there is the potential, especially on the leading edge of those lines. There's going to be a fair amount of lightning. There could be some localized flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas, and hail also a possibility, but overall on the lower end of the spectrum. So a reminder to you as we get ready to head into our first fall severe weather situation that we haven't seen anything consolidated in a while. Remember to charge up your devices ahead of time. I know by the time we get towards 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, your device has been drained down, especially considering the fact that tomorrow, big football games across the region, and a lot of them happening like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you might be keeping up with a score on your phone, watching another game on TV. Just remember to keep it charged up here. Have multiple ways to getting weather information, reliable sources of information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued in your area. One way to stay up to date is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Well, behind the system, there's going to be a deepening trough coming out of Canada. That's going to drop down some much cooler air. See the colder air really dropping in here for Sunday. That's why we're thinking temperatures could struggle to even get back to 70 by the afternoon hours of your Sunday. Some spots will probably stay in the 60s all day long in the afternoon with a chilly northwesterly wind. We get a surging warmer air mass for a brief moment in time for Monday into early Tuesday. Here comes another surge of cooler air dropping southward for the middle and latter portion of the week. So several waves of cooler air on the way, my friends, it looks like, as we head towards next week. In the meantime, though, it's still going to be plenty warm here today and tomorrow. 85 the forecast high. The record high today, again, is 88 degrees. Tomorrow, the record high 90. And that is the last recorded 90+ degree day on record in Memphis, is the record high set for tomorrow. After that, we've never seen a 90-degree day, and hopefully it seems like right now it doesn't look like we're going to see that, at least in this 10-day forecast. And looking at the extended guidance, probably not going to see another 90-degree day here this year. But we're knocking up against it here on the middle portion of October. And again, I put the rain chances 40% during the day, 80% during the evening. It's timing. That's the big thing. And I don't want you to think that it's going to storm all day on Saturday, because it's not. It's not going to storm all day. So if you've got plans early on, you're fine. If you've got plans later in the day, you got to keep an eye to the sky, especially as we get closer to 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Breezy, cooler breezes on Sunday. Lingering shower chance early in the day, turning towards sunshine, a high that will try to claw its way back to near 70. Early Monday morning, even in the city, I think we'll drop into the upper 40s, outlying areas lower to middle 40s, back up to 76, mostly sunny skies, maybe a small chance of a shower on Tuesday as another front comes swinging through the area. That will knock the numbers back even further as we head towards Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, with more clouds moving back into the fold, and a mixture of clouds and sunshine looking to be in the offing for us as we head towards next weekend, as temperatures start to creep their way back up into the low and mid 70s by the end of next weekend.
So, Patrick, so should we keep in mind if tomorrow morning, for example, and maybe even tomorrow midday, if it is warmer, does that mean the storms are going to be more severe later tomorrow night?
It doesn't necessarily mean that, but it definitely will add fuel to the fire. Yes, that's a possibility. Looking at some of the guidance, again, pushing it back just a little bit in timing, that makes a difference on the potential for severe weather, and it does increase it ever so slightly. And seeing the guidance here today, it did click it up a little bit, but still, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still something that you should take note of. We've been highlighting this day for the last 5 days, so you should know by now that Saturday has the potential for some stronger storms associated with it. Take that for what it is. Use common sense as you're moving about. As I mentioned, in the morning, you're fine. And there's going to be somebody who's watching a football game tomorrow who's going to be like, man, they told us the storm was coming through here and it's going to be bad. And we said, wait until the end of the day. A lot of tomorrow morning will be fine. Early afternoon is going to be fine. It's mid-afternoon, early evening. We start to see the storms beginning to make their way towards the mid-south, and then they shift eastward, and they're out of here by the time we head towards about midnight. As far as the severe weather is concerned, I think most of the rain's out of here by 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
And that's why we have meteorologist Patrick Ellis with us for his impressions of people who don't listen to him and listen to his forecast. I'm just kidding.
I try. That's my South Alabama accent coming out.
I love it. Patrick, thank you. Appreciate the deep dive.
No problem.
All right, let's take another live look from our High Five camera here. Midtown, it just looks gorgeous. Look at that sky. It is fantastic. 66 degrees as you get up here on this Friday morning, 10 minutes after 7 o'clock, and I still love that downtown shot. Man, oh man, that is beautiful there. We'll be talking about the forecast throughout the weekend, what to expect later today, and that timing of the rain. That's coming up in just a little bit. Certainly, we're going to actually have a little bit of a Patrick Ellis takeover this morning at 10 o'clock, where he's going to be here on the Action News 5 digital desk. And again, talking in detail about the timing of the storms tomorrow and what to expect throughout the Mid-South. We also have an interview later this morning. Can you believe it's been 40 years since the heart transplant program began at Baptist Memorial Hospital? So we're going to talk about that anniversary with one of the cardiologists, a part of that heart transplant program. He's going to be joining us later this morning at 9, and then at 9:30 we're going to check in with our friends at La Prensa Latina, the largest bilingual newspaper in the Memphis area, and they're going to tell us what they're covering along with what's going on this weekend. But first, when we come back, we're going to take a short break here, a 60-second break. When we come back, you are going to hear from West Tennessee Congressman David Kustoff on not only this shutdown, but the Middle East agreements and other news that have happened so far this week. That's in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, joining me on the digital desk right now to talk a little bit more about Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, and the impact here in Memphis and the Mid-South is West Tennessee Congressman David Kustoff joining us now. Congressman, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us on the digital desk. I want to start first off with your thoughts about the Memphis Safe Task Force. It's been here in Memphis now for about 3 weeks or so, more than 900 arrests. Those are some of the latest numbers that we are seeing. Just give me your thoughts from your vantage point and how it is perhaps reverberating across the country. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. And well, first of all, thank you for having me this morning. Yeah, I'm really impressed with the task force. I visited with the task force. First of all, appreciate the leadership of President Trump, recognizing Memphis and the needs of Memphis. Also, Governor Bill Lee committing state troopers and other state law enforcement to the community. I've been saying in national interviews that Memphis is a great city. We all know that. We live here. We're the home of 6 Fortune 1000 companies. We've got the National Civil Rights Museum. We've got Graceland. It's a great place to live and a great place to raise a family and operate a business. But we also know that we've been plagued by high rates of violent crime, especially over the last several years after COVID. And we don't have enough local law enforcement. The Memphis Police Department is several hundred officers short. The Shelby County Sheriff's Department is short a number of deputies. So by President Trump and Governor Bill Lee committing federal and state law enforcement and the National Guard, To use Governor Lee's words, they act as a force multiplier. And you talk to people around the city, doesn't matter their political party, doesn't matter who they are generally encouraged and frankly pleased that we have these extra men and women patrolling our streets.
So, David, let me ask you, because one of the questions and one of the big issues that we were covering this morning had to deal with overcrowding at 201 Poplar at the jail. The jail currently has, according to the latest numbers, about 3,000 inmates, and it's only built for 2,800, and it's been over capacity since the first week of the Memphis Safe Task Force. I know that there are some inmates being moved to different locations across the region. Do you see a way where here in Memphis and across the Mid-South, West Tennessee, that we can find some solutions to this issue?
Well, right now I know that there are inmates being housed in other places other than 201 Poplar, including other counties outside of Shelby County. So with 201 being at capacity or near capacity, that's not a problem because these inmates are being housed in other places. You know, the main thing is that this task force of local, state, and federal officials, they're picking up the bad people and they're putting them away. So they may be at 201 Poplar, they may be at some of the suburban jails around Shelby County. They may be housed outside of Shelby County, but right now, in the scheme of things, that's not a critical problem. I'm not hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. One of the big stories that this week and for the past week or two has to be the government shutdown. And so many people are wanting Congress and Democrats and Republicans to come together to find a solution. I know that the continuing resolution passed the House and it's up to the Senate to get 60 votes right now. Are there any talks or can you see any kind of compromises perhaps in the works? Or is this something that we are hearing that this may be a long shutdown and perhaps the longest that we've seen in recent history?
Yeah, well, the longest shutdown that we've seen was in 2018-19, which I believe was 35 days. And I generally believe that shutdowns are bad for the country. They're bad for my constituents. They're bad for government employees. You know, setting the stage, we realized in the House of Representatives that October 1st was coming quickly, and that's the time that government funding is supposed to be resolved. We took a vote in the House of Representatives on September the 19th to keep the government open, and it passed. Now, I will note that it was passed with the votes of every Republican except for two. It was voted against by every Democrat except for one, but it passed. That continuing resolution that would fund the government through November the 21st then went to the United States Senate. And even though Republicans have 53 senators in the Senate and the Democrats have 47, with this vote, it's not a majority vote. It takes 60 votes to pass the continuing resolution. They have taken, I believe, 8 votes in the United States Senate, the same continuing resolution that we passed on September the 19th, and the most votes that they can get is 55 senators voting yes. 55 is obviously 5 short of 60. It makes no sense to shut down the government. I don't understand the rationale of the Democrats who want to shut down the government. They try to confuse the issue with extending Obamacare subsidies and whatnot. There are a lot of different issues. The main thing is the government needs to be reopened. I understand that the Senate, and the action is all in the United States Senate because the House of Representatives has done its job. I understand that Leader John Thune, the majority leader of the Senate, has told Democrats that after we reopen the government, We're going to debate the Obamacare subsidies, the health care credits, and we'll see what happens after the government reopens. But we've got to do it step by step. And the first step is the Democrats need to commit and vote to reopen the government.
Right. And so do you know of any talks to reopen the government at this point? We know that they're at a stalemate there. There are a few votes short of that 60 threshold. Do you know of any talks later today, perhaps?
You know, the Democrats have gone radio silent for the most part. The thinking is that, remember back in March, we also had a vote on a continuing resolution. Chuck Schumer, who is the minority leader of the Senate, voted in favor of keeping the government open, which is a position that he's taken historically throughout his career. And he got politically shellacked by his left flank, who were upset that he did what he should have done, which is keeping the government open and keeping employees on the payroll. And so here we are now, 6 and 7 months later, and Chuck Schumer's taken the opposite position. So if he's the leader of the Democrats, he has to lead, and he's got to engage with John Thune. Senator Thune has said again that after we reopen the government, we're going to debate all these issues that the Democrats want to debate, but it is a step-by-step process. So
Yeah.
I hope that after these rallies that the Democrats are holding this weekend, which I think is one reason that the Democrats will not engage to reopen the Senate, they want to stand in these rallies and say that they're fighting Trump and standing up to Trump. What they're doing is they're hurting their own constituents by keeping the government closed. And I will note that we have government employees who are reporting to work. They are essential employees, and they're not getting paid. And
Gotcha.
that's critical.
Yeah. Finally, Congressman, I want to ask you about the peace agreement in the Middle East right now. It's certainly historic, no question about it. The issue is, for many people, and the returning of the hostage, I mean, certainly that's paramount as well. The issue now is, how is this peace agreement going to move forward, and how do we make sure that this is a long-lasting peace in the Middle East when there are a lot of factions out there that might not necessarily trust each other?
So it's a great question. I compliment and applaud President Trump on his leadership, bringing all these parties together. Nobody else could have done what we saw develop in Israel over the last several days, other than Donald Trump. I mean, he by the force of his personality, he brought the Israelis together. He brought Hamas. He brought the Egyptians to the table, those from Turkey, and it is truly historic what he was able to do, having the 20 hostages who are alive being released, and by President Trump developing this 20-point plan, peace between Israel and Hamas. It is complicated. It's going to take time. You have generations and generations of hate in the Middle East between these parties, and it will take time. But I'm encouraged by the first step of this 20-point plan. We're going to have to remain engaged. All the parties are going to have to remain at the table. You know, peace is complicated, but the fact of the matter is that you've got these parties who have come to the table, and at least they are talking. And we look forward to the implementation of the rest of the 20-point plan that President Trump developed just a few weeks ago.
Congressman David Kustoff, Tennessee District 8, Republican in Congress. We appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks for taking a few minutes and talking with us here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for having me this morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk all month long. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We are talking about various things with regarding breast cancer, not only research, but also awareness. And what about screening? Who should be screened for breast cancer? When? Let's bring in Dr. Melanie Crutchfield. She's a surgical breast oncologist with Methodist Cancer Institute, joining us now on the digital desk. So, Melanie, that is a great question that always people wonder, who should be screened for breast cancer and when? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, what we generally say is that if you are a woman 40 or over, then you need to get cancer screening. And other women that need to get breast cancer screening younger than 40 are women whose mother or sister were diagnosed with breast cancer before the age of 50. So generally we go by 10 years before your mother or sister were diagnosed. So for example, if your mom had a breast cancer diagnosis at 45, then you need to get screened at 35.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good rule of thumb for everybody out there. We've heard a lot over recent years about genetic testing for breast cancer, increased risk for breast cancer. Tell me your thoughts on that.
So there are certain genetic mutations that can cause an increased risk for breast cancer. The most common ones are BRCA1 and BRCA2. That's BRCA1 and BRCA2. That can mean that you have an up to 80% risk of breast cancer. And this isn't just breast cancer. This isn't just a gene that can be passed on through the women. Men can get BRCA as well, and they can actually get breast cancer with that gene, and they can also pass it on to their children. So it's really important that you know your family history to know who had what when, at what age, and not just with breast cancer, but with other cancers as well, to see if you have a gene that can increase your risk for cancer.
I'm glad you brought up men because they do, as we all know, get breast cancer as well. Should they be screened? How would that work when it comes to men being screened or being checked for breast cancer?
It depends on family history. So if there are a lot of people in your family with breast cancer or with ovarian cancer or with metastatic prostate cancer, then you need to talk to your doctor about getting genetic testing. And if you do have a genetic test that causes you to have an increased risk for breast cancer, then absolutely men need to be screened.
There's thousands of people that join us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk, Melanie. And if someone's hearing today and they're watching us and they're really unsure what to do when it comes to breast cancer, they're maybe of age where they should get a test, but they're not sure. Where could they find information, or, what would you recommend they do?
Well, the whole thing about that I tell patients is kind of like at the airport. If you see something, say something. So if you are concerned about your breast, go to your doctor, talk to them about it. And even if you aren't concerned, but you're over the age of 40, or you have family history of breast cancer and you want to get screened, you can come to any of our Methodist locations. We have screening. You don't need to have a primary care doctor to get screened for breast cancer. You can get a screening mammogram that is generally covered by your insurance. You don't need a primary care doctor for that. And if you feel something, talk to your doctor, and we'll be happy to see you and take care of it.
Dr. Melanie Crutchfield, she works at the Methodist Cancer Institute, surgical oncologist there. Melanie, thanks again for joining us on the digital desk. We always appreciate you when you come on. Very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The issue of ADHD is certainly on the minds of a lot of people across the country. It's been in headlines for a long time. Of course, there's always an emphasis on that, the condition, how to treat it, how to prevent it. And joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, we are joined by someone who's done a significant amount of research with regards to ADHD. I'm joined right now by the Dean of the College of Health Sciences at the University of Memphis, Dr. Richard Bloomer. He is joining us now to talk a little bit more, do a deep dive into ADHD. Richard, very nice to meet you. First off, tell me about some of the research that you've done regarding this condition. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me today. We do work primarily with nutritional interventions, both whole food nutrition as well as dietary supplementations, or what we might refer to as nutraceuticals. And we know the power of nutrition and the power of nutraceuticals, and some of those intervention studies actually lend itself to seeing some benefits with individuals diagnosed with ADHD.
So tell me about ADHD in 2025. How prevalent is it? Are more people being diagnosed with it? And what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, as most individuals know, ADHD is a neurobehavioral disorder characterized by hyperactivity, inattention, and compulsive behavior. Unfortunately, we see a diagnosis rate or a prevalence rate of about 10 to 11% in children in the US aged 3 to 17. And we see more individuals diagnosed who are boys versus girls, higher prevalence in those living in poverty versus those who are not, and about 6% in the adult population. The typical treatment strategies would include medication and behavioral intervention, but what's not often discussed is the role of nutrition and how nutrient intake could really have a significant impact on the symptoms of those suffering with ADHD.
Let's talk more about that aspect, because I understand that perhaps prescription medicine, in your view, may be something that could take a back seat to more of a dietary or nutritional supplementation. Is that right?
Well, I certainly don't want to take the place of a physician that's prescribing medication. Patients always should consult with their healthcare provider on what they should and should not be doing. What we know, based on the scientific evidence, not my opinion, is that nutrient intake, as well as some other lifestyle interventions, can have a significant impact on the symptoms of those dealing with ADHD. First and foremost, we look at maintaining a very regular schedule, going to bed at the same time each night, waking up at the same time each day, obtaining adequate and quality nightly sleep of about 8 or more hours per day, engaging in structured physical activity and regular exercise, and then hopefully adopting a dietary strategy that includes what we might consider to be a very pure or a clean diet. And what the scientific literature indicates is that there's been many studies involving many different dietary approaches, but the one that seems to rise to the top is what we would refer to as an elimination diet. And that particular diet essentially eliminates a lot of the foods that we see so prevalent in our society today. Those would be things such as processed foods, highly processed foods, packaged foods. Sometimes eliminating dairy seems to have an impact. Sometimes for some individuals, eliminating gluten products or grains seems to have an impact, and certainly products that have added sugar. So a purified diet essentially would include lean meats, chicken, turkey, fish, some lean red meat as well, vegetables, fruits, and some legumes and some whole grains as well. That sort of dietary approach we see in the science actually shows to be most effective for individuals that do have ADHD.
Very interesting. I'm very interested in what you're talking about and some of the science and research that you've uncovered. So if someone is watching out there, and we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning, Richard, and they have a family member who has been diagnosed with ADHD, where should they begin? Should they begin this kind of elimination diet and perhaps go all in on a clean diet with, no processed foods, gluten-free, dairy-free? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. Certainly, they do want to have conversations with their physician. We in no way, as a research scientist, want to take the place of a clinician telling individuals to cease medication. That would be very irresponsible for someone to do. But I think talking with a quality, registered, licensed dietitian, nutritionist to get some insight as to what to do and how to make this happen would be a really good first step. And then adopting a dietary strategy that, yes, indeed, does include a purified approach. Parents that have children with ADHD should not be buying boxed packaged foods on a regular basis. That's a big mistake. I think most people would be well served by essentially eliminating shopping within the aisles of the grocery store and shopping the perimeter of that store. So you're eating foods essentially that if they sat on a shelf for days, they would rot. So we're looking at good quality produce, good quality whole meats, potentially some other products that could be adjuncts to those, such as beans, legumes, nuts, and seeds. But that sort of approach does seem to work well. And then we can look at some dietary supplements that may complement some of the things that people potentially could be missing. And there are many, including things such as fish oil, vitamin D3, a good multivitamin mineral, zinc, iron. Even saffron has been used in combination with some of the medication treatments for ADHD with some effect. So there certainly are lifestyle approaches I think that people should absolutely adopt if they're really looking for the best benefit.
I find this all very fascinating, Richard. Thank you so much for this. I have a family member and actually multiple family members that have been diagnosed with ADHD. But this diet that you're talking about, it actually sounds like a diet we should all take in some form or fashion. Very healthy, very clean, something that's not processed, and something that I think would have multiple benefits no matter who you are, whether you're diagnosed or not diagnosed.
You're absolutely right. It's the diet that I try to adopt on a very regular basis and have done so for many years. Of course, I like some carbohydrate as well in the form of rice and pasta, but clearly from a metabolic or a cardiometabolic perspective, if our population would adopt a diet similar to what I'm describing here, the healthcare economy would be in much better condition and people would feel and perform much better. So if we can get that message across, Andrew, I think we're doing something really good.
Agreed, for sure. Is there a place online, perhaps, Richard, where we can find some of this research that you just talked about? It's very valuable.
There is. I would strongly recommend, rather than people doing Google searches and reading various authors, to go directly to the source data. And that could be found on a website called PubMed, PubMed, PubMed. People can just do a search for that. And it's a national database, and many, not all, but many scientific studies that have been published will be available there. Sometimes they could read the full text article. Sometimes they'll just have access to the abstract, but they will at least be able to see, is this valuable for me to consider? And they would simply type in something along the lines of ADHD and elimination diet, or food or few foods diet, or something along those lines. And they'll be able to see the scientific studies that are specific to that topic.
Dr. Richard Bloomer, Dean of the College of Health Sciences at the University of Memphis, I really appreciate your conversation and the research for this topic. Thank you so much for coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk and talking about a very important issue that is so prevalent to so many families out there. We appreciate your time and invite you to come on anytime. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we are about to talk about a Harvest Moon Fall Festival, a business summit, ways to shop around town, and a traffic signal project near Houston High School. Joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Germantown Mayor Mike Palazzolo. Joining us right now on the digital desk. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. So a lot of things happening in the Shelby County suburb. Let's first talk about this Harvest Moon Fall Festival. Tell me more. Good morning.
Well, Andrew, yeah, thank you so much. And welcome to Germantown. Welcome to my office here at City Hall and to all your viewers that are viewing here on the digital desk. We have an exciting fall festival coming up. This is our second annual event. It will be this Saturday from noon until 6 p.m. at our Bobby Lanier Farm Park, which is located in the central part of Germantown. Admission is very reasonable, $10. You can pay online or at the gate. We'll have hay rides, a corn maze, inflatables, live music, food trucks, pumpkin patch, a petting zoo, and the spooky stables. Now, Andrew, I'm not sure what that is, but be ready for that. It could be a little frightful for the holidays, but we're looking forward to this. I want to also thank our sponsor for this event, Campbell Clinic, for making this occur. The rain date, in case there's some rain, I listened to your forecast here a little while ago. I think it should be clear, but the rain date is Sunday, the 19th, the same hours, noon to 6.
You know, that sounds great. And I've been to Bobby Lanier Park before. I feel like that is a wonderful park that probably doesn't get as much attention as some of the others in town, wouldn't you say?
It's a hidden gem, no doubt. It's 10 acres. It's the only urban/suburban working farm park in Shelby County. We have community gardens. We have a lower 40 and an upper 40, so to speak. We have two areas that we farm. We have stables, a hay barn pavilion. We have barnyard animals. We have lots of educational programming for our kids. And I have taken, my mom and I have been community farmers there in years past. And so it's good for the family from every age category.
Yeah, no question about it. Been there several times as well. Certainly a great resource for the city of Germantown and Germantown residents. So tell me about a business summit that's upcoming too.
Well, equally fun, but in a different context. Our Germantown Business Summit is sponsored by 4 different entities: Germantown Chamber of Commerce, the EDGE Economic Development Growth Engine, the City of Germantown, and our Economic Development Commission. It's literally leveling up your business with AI, and it gives the perspective what AI can mean to local merchants, small business owners in mid-sized cap businesses. That event will be held at our Great Hall and Conference Center, which is on our municipal campus here in Germantown. And that event, I'll need to double check my hours. That's from 8 a.m. to noon on Tuesday, the 28th. Lunch will be provided, and it's a cost of $15. And you can find that information online at the City of Germantown's website, www.germantown-tn.gov, to sign up. Should be a very impactful day. You know, AI is on everybody's mind, and someone told me a while ago that AI is not necessarily going to take your job, but if you don't learn AI, you're not going to do better in your job. So it's one of those things where you might embrace using it as a tool to make your business more streamlined and efficient. And that's what we hope to promote at this business seminar.
Yeah, well put. I mean, you either jump on the train or you get lost and left behind, so to speak. Let's talk about a traffic signal near Houston High School. I know a lot of people will be affected by that, or at least it's a project at this point. Is that right, Mike?
Yes, and it's very important. You know, we have capital projects throughout the year. We decided this one was the most topical for this point in the fall. We've been working on this project for a few years. As you know, this is a federally funded 100% grant-based improvement to that intersection. It's at the furthest east location of Houston High School. So this will provide a nice safety valve for our students that are entering and exiting campus during the morning and the afternoon timeframe. Also, as you're aware, Wolf River Boulevard really connects Fayette County all the way to Walnut Grove, which takes you to I-240. So it is a major east-west arterial collector road that provides a lot of relief for the greater Shelby County area. So that east-west connector will have an additional stoplight and it will be timed so traffic flows evenly, and hopefully it helps motorists along. We just did a large multi-million-dollar project to enhance the intersection of Germantown Road and Wolf River. My residents tell me you can land a plane there now. It's so large, that intersection, and traffic does not bottleneck there any longer. And so this enhancement at Houston High School will lead to even better connectivity for our region. And thank goodness, Andrew, it'll lead to safety for our young drivers that are at Houston High School and our faculty and parents whenever we have an event there. It's really needed, and I'm very grateful for the patience of our community. You know, those decorative steel fabricated arms, they take now 18 months to order. Just because the steel shortage. So we're excited about that. You know, it's rare that you get excited about a traffic signal, but this one's exciting, Andrew.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it. I know a lot of people travel on Wolf River Boulevard there, certainly, and you know that's certainly going to impact a lot of people. But hey, look, I mean, safety is paramount, especially when it comes to kids and schools. Anything else we can touch on before we let you go, Mayor?
Yeah, just quickly, you know, it seems like each and every year the shopping season for the holidays comes at us a little sooner. Last week we launched our Shop, Buy, Dine, Play local in Germantown. It's so important if you can shop in the local region. I'm the mayor of a city here in Germantown, and we invite all the residents of the greater Mid-South to come and enjoy our very pleasant and also offering lots of different merchants at our different shopping centers. We'll be starting to put more information around programming, activities, sales. You know, you can come to Saddle Creek, the shops of Forest Hill, Germantown Collection, Germantown Village Mall. All those things will be heightened and focused for the holidays. And we want everyone to buy local, but please come to Germantown. We'll welcome you. We'll be friendly, hospitable, and come to one of our one-of-a-kind merchants. And more to come on that, Andrew.
All right, Germantown Mayor Mike Palazzolo joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We appreciate your time, and thank you, and good luck to all the events and all the various things that are happening in Germantown. We look forward to talking to you on a regular basis.
See you at the Fall Festival, Andrew.
Okay, sounds good. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is an event that is coming up Thursday, October 23rd from 6 until 8 o'clock in the evening at the Children's Museum of Memphis, specifically the Grand Carousel Pavilion. And it is for the Women's Foundation. This is the 10th annual Power of the Purse. It is going to be a great night filled with all kinds of festivities. Joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined right now by the president and CEO of the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis, Shantae Avant, on the Action News 5 digital desk. So Shantae, tell me about this year's event, 10th annual. Congratulations. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much. We're so excited. We say this is a night of fun, food, and fashion. It is a great opportunity for people to come out and support the Women's Foundation. It's a fun evening held at the Children's Museum. We have an online and live auction that will take place. We have great items, a few which I am featuring right here behind me. Everything from Grizzly tickets, actually sweet Grizzly sweet tickets, purses. There's a Kurt Geiger purse sitting here, Louis Vuitton shoes. I mean, it's a wide range of all types of experiences from some of the best restaurants here in Memphis, as well as some great getaways. So we encourage people to come out. Tickets are $75, and they can get those tickets on our website at wfgm.org.
Fantastic. Okay, so Shantae, tell me more about the Women's Foundation. Many people have probably heard about it in the past, but tell me some of the specifics, what you guys do year round.
Oh, yes. Well, all of the proceeds from this event go to support our annual grant making. We are a philanthropic organization that raises funds to invest into low income women and children. So, the families we serve live in some of the poorest zip codes in the city of Memphis. And our goal is to help them increase both their social and economic mobility. We are really trying to help families move from survival to thriving. And so, with the proceeds from this event and many of our events, well, just people donating to the organization, we're able to provide funding to about 38 grantee partners that support our families in 5 different zip codes across the city of Memphis.
Okay, fantastic. So we're talking about October 23rd, 6 to 8, Children's Museum of Memphis. So we're talking about food, we're talking about drink, music, festivities. What else can we talk about?
Well, we're going to also have a special drink for our 10th anniversary called the Tintini. And we're going to have what we also call our pop whiskey. I mean, these are 2 great signature cocktails that we've created just to elevate the experience for our guests and to help us celebrate our 10th anniversary.
Okay, so one more time, let's make sure that people see what we're talking about here. Thursday, October 23rd, 6 to 8 in the evening, Children's Museum of Memphis, the 10th annual Power of the Purse put on by the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis. Anything else before we let you go, Shantae?
Well, we just want to tell people to come out. It's one of the best fall events of the season, and they don't want to miss it.
Okay, Shantae, amen. We appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have a great time Thursday, October 23rd.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Later this month, you are going to be able to capture and enjoy The Notebook coming to the Orpheum later this month, downtown Memphis. It is going to be from October 28th until November 2nd. And this is something that is expected to really wow audiences. It's been doing that across the country right now. And joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am happy to be joined by Bo Gravitt. He is one of the cast members. He plays the older Noah in the cast of The Notebook. Joining us on the Digital Desk to talk a little bit more about what to expect when it comes here later this month. So, Bo, tell us a little bit about what it's been like to be on this cast and traveling around the country. Good morning.
It's great, Andrew. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. I have to say, we're in Cincinnati now. We're coming to you next. Like you said, you said the date's October 28th to November 2nd. It's been remarkable. The response to the musical has been sort of it's overwhelming. I think a lot of people know the story from the film. I know that they do. There's a lot of name recognition. And then they come and they see this thing put to music in such a beautiful way. And the story is told in a really profoundly moving way, and the audiences are going nuts for it. It's almost like every night it's like some alternate reality when you're standing up there, and especially at the end, and the people rise, and it comes at you, the waves of response, the love that they're sending to us every night. It's crazy, and it's a privilege to be a part of this cast.
I bet. I mean, this is, as you mentioned, this is a movie that goes back about 20 years, 21 years, 2004. Rachel McAdams, Ryan Gosling, and this is one of those stories where it's like it's a love story, is it not? Tell me more.
It is. What it is, it's a story told. We tell the story with three different sets of Noahs and Allies, younger, middle, and older. I play the older, and the older people are dealing, as you know, he's losing this woman that he loves more than anything. He's losing her to Alzheimer's, and he's fighting against the disease to try to bring her back and hold on to her. And what happens is, through this notebook, he revisits the past, and you see it played out on stage. The memories played out by the middles, you know, young love, and I mean the youngers, the young new love, and then the middles, you know, that sort of middle passionate age of love, where big decisions are made and consequences for the rest of your life are played out, and you see that happen on stage, and it's told. I can't emphasize enough the music. Ingrid Michaelson, if you don't know her, look her up. She's a well-known musical artist. She wrote this music, and it's beautiful. The music and lyrics are seamless. The story is told in a seamless way. And I have to also say, I feel like when I step into the play, it's like stepping into a river. You just sort of step in and it takes you. And I think we take the audience that way, and it goes by fast. It's not one of those, 3 hours and 20-minute musicals where you're looking at your watch in the middle of the second act. It's not like that at all. It moves, and it's and the singers in the show they're amazing. They have superpowers. It's beautiful to listen to.
Yeah, I can't wait. You're selling it great, and
you know what? It's true. I'm not just selling. I'm not a good salesman, but I can tell you the truth. And I'm not usually. I haven't done a lot of musicals, and to step into this piece, I wasn't reluctant, but I was like, I don't know. It's not really my thing. And then I met this creative team, and they were brilliant. Michael Greif and Shelley Williams directed, and Ingrid was there in the reading, and it was just, I realized this is a different kind of animal, this piece, and I think the people that are coming to it also realize that. Sorry to interrupt you, Andrew.
No problem, no problem. Tell me who this is for. I mean, obviously, it's a love story, but, sometimes people will say, oh, I have a family member that's going to love this. Who is this for, The Notebook?
That's a really good question. I think, as I say, there are three different age groups, and I have to say the three different responses every night are coming from different people. Do you know what I mean? When the young people see young love played out, it's very recognizable. The risk, the awkwardness, it's all there. And I think in the middle and also the end, there are a lot of people at the end. They're my people, the elders. And they understand, where life has led you. They respond to the decisions that have been made. And also, I don't want to give the ending away, but it's a powerful, powerful ending. And I think it's, to answer your question, I think it's for anyone who's in love, who's been in love, who's wanting to be in love, or has lost love. It's really a story about love, coming at it from many different angles. Yeah.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I love theater. And have you been to Memphis before? If so, tell me about it. And I know you're going to check out some of the haunts there for happy hour, but what else can we talk about?
That was brilliant. I got to see that while I was waiting to come on. I was like, I was writing it all down where I'm going to go see. I have not been to Memphis, but I'm looking forward to it. One of our sound designers, Macy, is from Memphis, and she was talking to me about it. Clearly, the music history, it's in the DNA of Memphis. I need to see Beale Street. I need to hear that music firsthand. Someone told me I need to see a pyramid that's there. I want to go see that. I've never been. I'm a Southern boy. I was born in North Carolina. I'm happy to be coming back south And, that feels like home to me, the rhythms and the people. I love that. And I look forward to being in that again. But it'll be a discovery to me. I have never been, and I'm looking. That's one of the cool things about touring is when you're not doing the show, you have the day and you can spend time, in museums and checking out the different cities, and that's been great. That's been a great part of touring. So I look forward to it.
Fantastic. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Bo, it's a pleasure meeting you. Congratulations on all the success, and we look forward to having you in Memphis, October 28th through November 2nd. Thanks so very much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 8:03 is the time on your Friday. We got some top stories we'd like to talk about right now at 8:03. And the first one, we go to this apartment complex catching fire overnight. This is in the Wolf Chase area. Action News 5 arrived on the scene around 6 o'clock this morning. Crescent Apartments. This is near Kate Bond and Bland Lane. No word on whether there were any injuries. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Another fire that we were following in the city of Millington at Waverly Farms and in Trua Cove. Multiple crews left the scene earlier this morning. Shelby County, Millington firefighters were a part of this. Shelby County Fire tells us that this house is a total loss. Fortunately, everyone inside made it out safely without any kind of injuries. Let's talk now about the Memphis Safe Task Force. The Department of Justice says that it has arrested nearly 1,000 people since the numbers began coming in September 30th. 978 people arrested by the task force, more than 100 people arrested on drug charges, another 100 for illegal gun charges, almost 400 arrested on active warrants. The task force has confiscated nearly 200 illegal guns. Also want to point to this new data shows a drop overall in crime in Shelby County. This is from the Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission. Overall in the county, crime dropped 15. Let me put that up there once again. The overall crime in the county. Let's put up that number. There it is. 15.4% between January and June of this year compared to the same time last year. It also shows a 17.4% drop in major violent crime and a 21.6% drop in major property crimes, as well as a double-digit percentage drop in murders, robberies, and aggravated assaults. At the same time, there has been a 50% jump in neighborhood watch groups. Let's talk now about DeSoto County, Mississippi, and the fallout of Lindsay Whiteside's sentencing continues. Former youth pastor, high school basketball coach pleaded guilty to sexual abuse of a girl, the victim's family, at a school board meeting last night after board members decided not to take action against those who wrote letters in support, character letters in support of Whiteside. The family of the victim called out school board chairwoman Michelle Hensley. That's a picture of Lindsay Whiteside there. They called out chairwoman Michelle Henley again. Henley, along with 9 teachers and 1 vice principal, wrote character references on Whiteside's behalf. Henley did not attend this meeting. But parents and others are calling on the district to release the names of 10 educators, saying parents have a right to know who wrote letters supporting Lindsay Whiteside. Let's talk now about the city of Millington and Wanda Halpert. Today is the day that the Shelby County Clerk, Wanda Halpert, has to pay nearly $40,000 in back rent, or legal consequences could follow in court. Millington city leaders say the money is for rent due at the Navy Road office location. A letter sent on October 3rd gave Shelby County Clerk Wanda Halpert 14 days to pay back rent of $39,200 owed. The city of Millington is citing a 2-year lease approved by the Shelby County Commission last July. Wanda Halpert denies a rental agreement. The issue comes amid a separate case involving other entities and a 2-year-long process to remove her from the Shelby County Clerk's office. Middle Tennessee now, and the family of one of the victims who died in last week's deadly plant explosion has filed a wrongful death lawsuit. Jeremy Moore, one of 16 people who died here at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility. A lawsuit says, quote, the explosion involved ultra-hazardous materials, and it claims that the company failed to take proper precautions that could have prevented the blast. The facility is located in Hickman and Humphrey counties, processing ammunition and explosives. Authorities say it could take weeks, even months, to know exactly what caused this blast. Switching gears now, let's talk about sports and the Memphis Tigers. Coming off of bye weeks, undefeated, 6-0. They are back in action tomorrow afternoon in Birmingham against University of Alabama, Birmingham. They are ranked 22nd in the latest polls, the Memphis Tigers are. Kickoff set for 3 o'clock. You can watch the game on ESPN2. Let's talk now about the event on Beale Street. Yes, Memphis Madness for the first time went bowling on Beale. Tiger fans got a chance to meet and talk with this year's Memphis Tiger men's and women's teams last night. 2-hour showcase featuring performance from the Mighty Sound of the South, the Spirit Squads, live music, taking this Memphis Madness celebration from the Forum to Beale Street. The highlight of the night, a game of horse, but instead of horse, they spelled out Tiger between head coaches Penny Hardaway and Alex Simmons. Let's get a check of our forecast right now with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, which will feature a back and forth between clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the 80s as we go through the course of the day. A south breeze flowing in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The sunshine becomes a bit more dominant as we head towards the back end of the day, but you'll kind of go back and forth between clouds and sunshine as we go through the course of the late morning, early afternoon hours. Our Friday football fever game of the week, Horn Lake and DeSoto Central, a battle in DeSoto County tonight. Mostly clear skies. Kickoff at 77 degrees, dropping off to the low 70s by the end of the game. Some great weather for football here across the Mid-South going into your day tonight. And of course, we'll have highlights tonight on actionnews5.com and also on Action News 5. 68 the overnight low temperature, mostly clear. A warmer night, a southerly breeze coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So while we have the clouds rolling in here today with a little weak system moving past, it will clear out the skies ahead of the start of your day tomorrow. So if you have plans heading to the River Arts Fest down at Riverside Drive, of course, that's an all weekend event, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Understand we'll probably start off with sunshine on your Saturday morning, but we'll give way to more clouds and eventually some rain chances coming into the fold during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. And notice the winds coming out of the south and west around 15 miles per hour. So all the vendors who are going down there, be prepared for not just the winds on Saturday, but also Sunday, because instead of the southwest winds that you'll get on Saturday, you'll get the northwesterly winds on Sunday. Temperatures topping out in the middle 80s. Your Memphis Tigers taking a road trip to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, going up against the UAB Blazers. Temperatures in the 80s, easing their way to the lower 80s. A great day of weather there in Birmingham, a 3 p.m. kickoff, and your Ole Miss Rebels going to Sanford Stadium. Between the Hedges in Athens, 2:30 kickoff. Great weather there in Athens, Georgia. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the low 80s by the end of the day. But a first alert for everybody, whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South, heading to Birmingham, even to Athens. There's going to be a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that will be making a trek through the region over the course of not just your Saturday, but going into Sunday as well. So even if you have plans to head back from Birmingham from the game, you're going to have to run into this line of storms. And if you're coming back from Athens, Georgia, it may not be in the morning, but you still got to get through that line, no less, as you get through in the afternoon and evening hours. A severe weather risk is in play for the Action News 5 coverage area on Saturday. A slight level 2 out of 5 risk for the entire area now, encompassing us from the Missouri Boot Hill through North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, and West Tennessee. So what does that play out for us? Well, we're going to open up a time frame still between 3 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds are going to be the primary severe weather risk. So straight line winds coming into play, that bow and arrow effect. So think about that bow. Again, you pull back on it and the arrow goes shooting out. That is the push of wind coming along with it. But you get turbulence right along the arrowhead. And that turbulence can lead up to a little bit of a low-level spin, and low-level spin could lead up to a spin-up risk of a tornado in the aspect of weather. Some localized flooding, some low-lying poor drainage areas. We can't rule out some small hail. I don't think it's the most overwhelming risk for hail, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. This is the timeline for the start of the showers and thunderstorms. And understand, not everybody will see storms during the course of the day. That's why I had to bring down those rain chances a bit, because I don't want you to think it's going to rain all day. It's eastern Arkansas first between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's when the rain chances will begin to increase for you guys. For the metro area between 5 and 8 p.m. and then for eastern areas between 7 and 10 p.m. So it may be after sunset before places like Ripley, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Selmer, Tennessee, and Bolivar, Tennessee see showers and thunderstorms. It could be after sunset. Right around sunset for the Mississippi River communities down the Highway 51 corridor from Dyersburg, Covington into the Memphis metro area and westward into eastern Arkansas. It will be mid-afternoon as the storms begin to roll into your area. So let's time it out with our first alert futurecast. And again, we'll start off with sunshine on your Saturday. Sun will fade behind some clouds slowly but surely. That wind gusting out of the south and west around 15 plus miles per hour. Here come the storms rolling towards the area. So by the time we get towards about 6 o'clock, storms rolling in. See those lines forming along the entire line, and some of these elements here, you're going to have some gusty wind potential here and there, and also the potential for these little kinks along the line. And those little kinks could spawn off a quick spin-up tornado. That line will push eastward towards the Tennessee River, getting closer to 10 o'clock. I think our severe weather potential probably is done by about midnight, but the rain and storms will probably come to an end by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as we get the system to pull away from us into the early hours of your Sunday. Cooler breezes out of the north and west will bring back sunshine, and temperatures only struggling to get back to the upper 60s to near 70 by the end of the day. Of course, with this first severe weather day of the fall season that we've seen more consolidated severe weather, just a reminder to charge your devices ahead of time, have multiple reliable sources of weather information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued for your area. Here comes the cooler air behind that frontal boundary. It's one shot of cooler air, but it's not the only shot of cooler air in the next 10 days. There's another one that will be reloading back to the west. That's another front that'll come swinging through the area through the mid portion of the week. That'll bring us another shot of cooler air. So my friends, if you're a fan of fall, it's your time to shine next week. But in the meantime, we're still feeling more summery, more like early September, mid-80s expected today and tomorrow. And we'll start off with clouds on the increase here today, get till about lunchtime, and the clouds will start to clear out and sunshine to return. We'll be clear tonight. Quiet and sunny to start off early on Saturday morning, but we'll add in clouds gradually throughout the course of the day, and eventually those clouds will lead up to chances for storms. It'll be a breezy one as well. Southwesterly breezes gusting around 25 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. Understand, again, vast majority of the day will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we have to keep an eye on the storms. And with football going on, festivals going on, it's a good thing to keep an eye to the sky if you are going to be out at these events. Because, again, the storms will likely increase in coverage, especially in the metro area, I think after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So keep an eye to the sky. Keep it going through the overnight period, and then a lingering shower chance early Sunday. Cooler breezes filtering in here, a high near 70. We'll pop back into the mid-70s on Monday. Lower to middle 70s as another front comes swinging through here. That'll knock the numbers back. Look at the overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s. As we head throughout much of next week, we'll add in a few more clouds by Thursday, Friday. A couple shower chances, too, popping back in the mid-70s by the end of next weekend.
Washington, D.C., #1.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a new partnership, a collaboration, if you will, with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital and Berkshire Hathaway Hospital. Joining me now to talk about this brand new partnership, I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk with Elizabeth Ennis with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital and Tiffany McLemore with Berkshire Hathaway. They're going to be able to illuminate us and really kind of expand what this partnership means. So, Elizabeth, let me begin with you. Was this a partnership that you were looking for? How did it begin? Good morning.
Good morning. So this is a partnership that started with the Berkshire Hathaway Home Services McLemore and Company Realty wanting to give back to their community. And actually one of their agents saw a post that I put on Instagram and about why I love working with Le Bonheur Children's Hospital, and kind of shared it with her group. And that's something that they had already been thinking, that they wanted to find a way to serve their community and give back. And so it all just started from a conversation of how they could make a difference with their business and what they do in supporting Le Bonheur Children's Hospital.
And Tiffany, everyone thinks of Berkshire Hathaway, they think of real estate, but here you are partnering with one of the gems in the Memphis community, Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. Tell me how that all came about from your perspective.
Well, just like what Elizabeth said, we had an agent that reached out, and we ended up setting up a sales meeting and a tour of the hospital. Really just fell in love with the heart, behind everything that they do. And Elizabeth and I met for coffee a few weeks later and ended up working out. We had been looking for a way to get back to the community and in a bigger way than just having, multiple different streams of donating, and this would just seem like a great fit. We have several agents who have been touched by Le Bonheur Hospital, and so we're just thrilled for the partnership.
So tell me how it's going to work, Tiffany. I understand it has to deal with when homes are sold. Is that right?
Correct. So whether it's a seller selling a home or a buyer purchasing a home, our agents are donating a portion of their commission, and the company is also making a match donation. So every single house that is bought or sold through our company, there'll be a donation made to Le Bonheur.
Is there a goal in mind, a yearly goal of how much you plan to give?
We're hoping that number comes in, in the potentially $20,000 to $25,000 range. Obviously, the more houses we sell, the more that we're able to donate. And in addition to, the donating per house, we're also going to be partnering on, with them on some of the other events that they have going on within the hospital, potentially as sponsors and things like that.
Elizabeth, back over to you. Tell me about this partnership, what that means to have those kind of donations come in with real estate transactions, and where that money could go towards.
Yeah, so we obviously serve all the kids of the community, the Mid-South, and that's what Tiffany's Berkshire Hathaway and McLemore Services, that's what they do as well. They are out here supporting their community, and we are able to keep, our doors open and doing what we do on a daily basis, thanks to all of that community support. As far as what those donations go to, just supporting the operations of our hospital, different opportunities for growth. We have a brand new CVICU unit. Our neurology unit is world class. And so having those donations and being able to count on those and those partners within the community really helps us continue to grow and expand out to make sure that we are taking care of all the kids and making sure that Le Bonheur is the best place for kids.
It sounds like a win-win-win. I mean, win for Berkshire Hathaway, win for Le Bonheur, win for the kids that are patients there at Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. Final thoughts? I'll open it up to either one of you. Anything else you'd like to mention? Elizabeth, you can go first.
Well, like I said, like Tiffany said, we're just super grateful that they chose to come and tour our facility and see what we do on a daily basis, and that their hearts were touched by what we do. So we're able to continue growing and providing health care for the kids of the Mid South because of partners like Berkshire Hathaway, Macklemore, and Home Services.
Tiffany?
Yeah, I just want to encourage anybody, if you've not, toured Le Bonheur, or if you're a business and you're looking for a way to partner and give back, it's just phenomenal, the things that they're doing, cutting edge, as she mentioned, heart services for children. And there's so many people in our community, children, obviously, especially, that are impacted from the wonderful things that they do. So.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, there is an amazing event that's happening in a few weeks, actually by the end of this month, and you're going to be able to participate. Fun time always. In fact, it's been going on for about 15 years, and it's all to raise money for a foundation that helps with research for pancreatic cancer, one of the deadliest forms of cancer out there. It's called the Costin Foundation, and they are home here in Memphis, Tennessee. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by Teresa Wright. She is not only a pancreatic cancer survivor, but she is also a leader of the Costin Foundation support group. So, Teresa, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. Tell me a little bit about your story as a pancreatic cancer survivor and how you have become this leader of a support group with the Costin Foundation. Good morning.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. Actually, tomorrow, I'll be an 8-year and 2-month survivor. So who's counting? But my journey started eight years ago, and at that time, of course, the diagnosis was very overwhelming, and I didn't immediately join the support group. I knew about it, but not everybody wants to do it right away. You're kind of overwhelmed with feelings, and you want to hope and pray for the best, but plan for the worst, because who knows? It's a deadly disease. So once I kind of got through the process of it was 2 years for me. I really felt like I wanted to be able to share with other people who were going through this journey and perhaps be of help. And at the time, our wonderful Catherine Gilbert Craig was our leader of our support group. Sadly, she passed away a year or two ago, and I became the leader of the group through the beauty of Zoom. I mean, that's one good thing that came out of COVID, right? Is Zoom meetings, and people can join from all over the world. And it's been wonderful for me to be able to share tips and advice with people who are going down that same journey that I did. It's always helpful to talk with someone who's been there and done that.
No question about it. And Teresa, thank you so much for opening up and letting us know a little bit about your journey. Congratulations, 8 years
Thank you.
since you were diagnosed. That is such a blessing. I knew Catherine very well, and she was such a bright light in this
Yes.
fight against pancreatic cancer. Tell me a little bit about pancreatic cancer, because you look at the numbers, Teresa, and very daunting. We see how it is constantly and consistently being one of the deadliest forms of cancer out there. What is that hope that you are seeing from your vantage point?
Well, first of all, I'm going to hold up this little card that I give out to everybody, and it says that pancreatic cancer is the third deadliest cancer in the U.S., behind lung and colon, and it's soon to surpass colon because, as you know, we can get colonoscopies, and but there is no test for pancreatic cancer. And on the back of the card, it has symptoms. Um, 67,000 people will be diagnosed this year with pancreatic cancer. 52,000 will die. The 5-year survival rate is still just 13%. And that is an average of all stages of diagnosis. I was very fortunate. I started experiencing symptoms a few months before, well, probably 5 to 6 months before my diagnosis, and just was persistent about getting them checked out with my gastro. And all of the symptoms, Andrea, I call them sneaky. They're sneaky. Every one of them can be chalked up to some other illness, which is why it's so hard to diagnose and why so many people are diagnosed late and why it's so fatal. If you're eligible for surgery, your 5-year survival rate goes up to a little over 40%. There are no statistics for over 5 years. So yes, I'm very blessed. I'm very glad to be here. And if you'd like me to talk more about some of these symptoms, I'd be glad to do that. I don't know if you want to get into that detail.
Well, so a couple things, and we're going to talk about the Kick It 5K in just a minute at Shelby Farms Park, Overton, Shelby Farms Park, October 26th. But before we do that, how do we, because with all cancers, Teresa, I mean, you would agree early detection is key. So how is there a test for pancreatic cancer? How do we get that early detection?
Honestly, there is no test. There's no blood test. There's no procedure like there is a mammogram or a colonoscopy. And frankly, that's one of the things that the Costin Foundation has been wonderful about funding research for is some sort of early detection test, whether it be a blood test or whether it be when someone goes in for a CAT scan for some other purpose, to have the people also look at the pancreas. I'm just going to review these symptoms. Recent onset diabetes. Well, you've been eating too much sugar and now you've got diabetes. Digestive trouble. Well, you've probably eaten something that's bothered you. Mid-back pain. I had mid-back pain. I chalked it up to arthritis. Now, if you have yellow skin or jaundiced eyes, that's a sure clue, and you should get that checked out immediately. But frankly, when that happens, it may already be too late. The tumor may be too large. So I guess the best advice I can give is one thing that my oncologist told me during my early years of my journey. If something out of the ordinary, abnormal, is going on with your body for 2 weeks, you need to get it checked out. And you need to know your body. You need to be aware of the changes that are going on in your body. And be your own best advocate. I called my gastro finally after I was having pretty constant abdominal discomfort and was told that he could see me in 2 months. And I said, no, I need to see somebody next week. And it was like pulling teeth to see another doctor in the group, but I persisted. And I was an aggressive advocate for my own health. And that's just the best advice I can give anybody, is to just know your body. And when something's different, when something's not right, get it checked out and know what these symptoms are. I mean, that helps too.
No question about it. And again, I appreciate you sharing your own personal story, because I know that's helping others out there. So appreciate that. Let's talk now about the Kick It 5K, October 26th. That's a Sunday at Shelby Farms Park. Costin Foundation, I've talked to them for years about this. This is a huge deal. It goes to help pancreatic cancer research in Memphis. Tell me more.
Well, the Costin Foundation has been around for 20 years. It was founded back in 2005 after Herb Costin passed away. He was diagnosed and died within less than a year. And Alan Costin and the family put this nonprofit foundation together to fund pancreatic research and also to support folks in the community who were going through this journey. I mean, when Herb was going through it, there was no support group. He didn't know anybody that had it or could talk to. And so not only do they fund research, which is invaluable in terms of early detection, in terms of treatment, finding a cure, but they also help with this monthly support group. I've recently actually found out that, there are some big pancreatic cancer foundations in the country, in Los Angeles and Denver and East Coast, but the Costin Foundation in Memphis is the only one that holds a monthly support group meeting. And it's so important for these folks that are regular members to be able to provide tips like I'm going through chemo and I've got these mouth sores. What did you do for that? And we can help with that because we've all kind of been there, done that, and can provide help and advice. So it's a wonderful thing. We have people that call in all the way from Traverse City, Michigan to, Chattanooga, Atlanta. I'm down here in Orange Beach, Alabama now. And Zoom technology is really amazing and has been so helpful in being able to reach out to a wide group of people. This Kick It 5K is their annual big fundraiser. The Costin Foundation in the last 20 years has amassed over $3 million through the donations of supporters that they are using to fund pancreatic cancer research. And recently, the support group was honored to have one of the doctors at NYU Langone School of Health talk to us about some of the research that he's doing on early detection and ways to treat pancreatic cancer that are new and different. So that was very special. Let's see. What else? The Kick It 5K,
Okay.
October 26th.
Yep. It's the 15th year. It begins at 1 o'clock, Shelby Farms Park. And then people can register at, from what I understand, kickit5k.raceroster.com. And they can also donate as well. Listen, Teresa, thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time. And I know that October 26th at 1 o'clock at Shelby Farms Park is going to be great. Not only for all those survivors out there like yourself, but other supporters of the Costin Foundation and supporters of pancreatic cancer research in Memphis and across the country. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Andrea.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got the University of Memphis homecoming upcoming, not too far away. Check this out. October 24th, we got Roar Fest, University of Memphis, live music, pep rally, food trucks, homecoming court, 6 to 8 on the evening of October 24th. Lots to do, lots to celebrate. So how can you get involved? Well, joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I got the University of Memphis Student Body Vice President Sydney Morris joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk more about the homecoming celebrations and how they've changed. So, Sydney, let's talk about it. Good morning.
Good morning to you. First of all, excited to be here. Obviously, there are a lot of big changes happening at the University of Memphis with homecoming, and a lot of that is due to the fact that we wanted to make sure that not only did our upperclassmen students feel included in the homecoming process, but our underclassmen students did as well. And so we're very excited for a lot of the big changes that we have coming forward. And obviously, this is just a test run for this year to see how things are going to run. But we're excited to see the change. We're excited to hear the student feedback, and we're excited to see how the University of Memphis homecoming community is going to take it. So.
Yeah, we've been talking about it a lot here on Action News 5, and one of the things we've been talking about is Roar Fest, Cindy, and it sounds amazing. I understand Memphis's Al Capone's going to be a special guest, and talk about what Roar Fest is going to be like in relation to, something more traditional that the schools had in the past, a parade, that sort of thing. This is something completely different. Let's hear more about that.
Yeah, so in the past, of course, we've had our traditional homecoming parade where a lot of our student organizations or registered student organizations on campus would typically have a float and compete in a competition, usually for points and, of course, status, things of that nature. But we wanted to change it this year and make it more invitable for students. We want to make sure that all of our students felt involved on every single level because in the past it usually was just those registered student organizations and the members are part of that organization. And so this year for Warfest, you can think of it kind of as your mid-year celebration for everything that the University of Memphis stands for and is. And we love to say that the University of Memphis is a melting pot. So you have different backgrounds, you have different people here from different belief, ethnicities, um, just a melting pot that makes our Memphis community Memphis. And so that's what we're celebrating at the Roar Fest. It is really a kickoff to homecoming before the big game that next Saturday on the 25th. And enough time for students to just come out, learn about the University of Memphis, and learn about some of our organizations as well. We're going to have food trucks, live music. We want to make sure that we're really pushing the message out to get as many students as we can and alumni to this Roar Fest so that it's not a tradition just for this year, but next year as well.
Yeah, okay. So that is on Friday, October 24th from 6 to 8. That's going to be at the Alumni Hall there, Luther McClellan Alumni Hall from 6 until 8 o'clock in the evening. And then the next day is the big homecoming game. Tell me more.
Yes, so of course this year we have a homecoming court. In the past, it was traditionally Mr. and Miss University of Memphis, which was exclusively for our seniors. So this year we've opened homecoming court not only to seniors but from freshmen, sophomores, and juniors and up. And so the reason for that big change was because we're really on this push about making sure that every student feels included and a part of our transparency efforts as SGA. We want to make sure that all of our students have a space on campus. And so this year for homecoming court, we have our junior prince and princesses, or for example, we have our freshman, junior princess and princesses. We have our sophomore prince and princesses. And then we have, of course, our homecoming king and queen, which is specifically for our senior court. And so our finalists are very excited. We've already had our finalists reveal they're doing an amazing job with their campaigns. But at the actual homecoming game is when the finalists and who actually won for homecoming court will be announced. So definitely stay tuned for that. It's very exciting. Our finalists are very excited to be a part of that big change, to be a part of the turning point for the University of Memphis in terms of homecoming. That's when they will be announced.
Fantastic. Okay, one more thing before we let you go, Sydney. Where can people find out all this information about Roarfest, about the homecoming celebrations, the homecoming court, the game? Is there a place online?
Yes, absolutely. So if you're connected with our socials, SJ specifically, we post a lot of our updates there specifically pertaining to homecoming. It's SGA_U of M is the Instagram handle, but we also try to send out mass updates through the university about homecoming, just in case it may not reach the masses. And so if you want to find out more information, the quickest way is most definitely on Instagram. But we also have something called Tiger Zone. And so for our registered students on campus, whether you're in classes 12 credit hours or more, you'll be able to access Tiger Zone and get that information, and be able to get some updates from the Student Government Association about homecoming, what it's going to look like. But we also love to encourage our homecoming community, especially our alumni and our students on campus, to try to come to our town halls as well. Those are extremely important, especially as students at the University of Memphis. Our next town hall will be definitely giving some more updates about that. But that's where you'll get the hands-on information about not only what the Student Government Association is doing, um, but hands-on information that sometimes we get from the university that we can relay in a way where students can relate to. So for information about homecoming, you can get through our Instagram or the Tiger Zone, as well as our town halls.
All right, Sydney Morris, University of Memphis, Vice President of the student body, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Sydney, thanks so much for the info and good luck on the homecoming celebration. Sounds like a great time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. One of the most beautiful places in Memphis is Memphis Botanic Garden. They are 96 acres of beauty each and every day throughout the entire year. And in the month of October, and especially during the fall season, they have all kinds of cool things going on, family-friendly things, activities for a 21 and up crowd as well. But later this month, they're going to have something for all the kiddos out there when it comes to Halloween. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Patty Berry. She is part of the Family Program Coordinator at Memphis Botanic Garden. Patty, good morning to you. So tell me about this Halloween activity you have going on at the garden.
Well, thank you for having me here today. We, on October the 18th, starting at 9:30 in the morning, we're going to have over 30 vendors coming for our Halloween hike. We're expecting a big crowd. The weather should be fantastic. It's not a scary time for Halloween. The kids can go to different stations, learn something, get some treats. No tricks on this event. We're going to have ticketed entry so that the vendors and the kids don't have to wait in long lines. We're going to have music by music. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, tell me about it. So, so when kids show up on October 18th, is there a time frame, and then what do they do?
Yes, it's ticketed entry. The first entry is at 9:30. It's in 30-minute increments. But they can spend all day here. The event is over at 2. We have, like I said earlier, 30 different vendors that are coming in. A lot of them are ones we've had before, like Benjamin Hook's Library. But this year we have a lot of new vendors like Church Health and Aviation, Pediatric, Dental. So lots of stuff for the kids to learn and to enjoy. And
so is it right? Of course. So they show up in costume and then just kind of walk around to the various vendors?
Yes, they can come in costume if they want to. If they don't want to, they don't have to come in costume. Most kids do. They go from vendor to vendor. There might be books handed out, some toothbrushes. They'll, sorry, I've got a little bit of rain coming down on me. We have Pigtails and Crew Cuts is going to be here. Bricks and Minifigs. Huey's is one of our sponsors this year, and they've got some handouts too. So it's going to be a fun day. We've got food trucks, all kid-friendly food trucks. We got Halika Polish Eatery. We have the Fry Guy. We got Larry the Hot Dog Guy. So lots of food trucks, lots of fun. And Music Box is bringing 3 of their teen bands, and they're going to be performing during the event. So lots of fun for the full family. If you don't want to eat at a food truck, bring a picnic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds like it. So let's talk about tickets and how people can purchase them.
Okay, you can purchase them online. You can pick your time that you want to come. Like I said, it's in 30-minute increments. It's $10 for members. Non-members, it's $15, and day of, it is $18 to attend. We're having everything spread out, so the kids, like I said, would not have to wait in lines for very long. And they can spend the whole day. They can play, wander around, feed the koi fish. Lots of fun.
That sounds fun. And so if people want to get some more information on this event, October 18th, a Saturday from 9:30 to 2, where can they go?
They can go to our website, memphisbotanicgarden.org.
Okay, all right. Well, fantastic.
And we have great people at the front desk. If they want to call the front desk, they can purchase their tickets from them also, or just come the day of and purchase your tickets when you get here.
Patty Berry, Family Program Coordinator at Memphis Botanic Garden. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you so much, and good luck on the 18th with this great Halloween event. Appreciate it.
And everybody, come on down. It's going to be a great day.
It sounds like it, Patty. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is another hackathon that is being planned on the University of Memphis campus at the FedEx Institute of Technology. This is where a lot of students come together. They collaborate. They take part in workshops, capstone presentations, networking as well. And I want to learn more about the innovation that comes out of this event and other events. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Jessica Lotz. She's with Innovate Memphis to talk more about this event, this hackathon. Jessica, nice to see you again. So tell us about it, because many people that are watching right now may haven't heard about it. Certainly you've talked about it. You've had it in years past. Let's talk about the event that's happening next month. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks again for having me. Yep, we're running it back. I've been joking that the hackathon is backathon, but we are working with the city of Memphis. And the idea behind this event is the city will give us a handful of challenges that they've had a really hard time solving, or they're just looking for fresh blood and new energy around what can we do to solve these smarter than we have in the past. And so they will present those problems, and then a set of volunteer hackers form teams, and they have 36 hours between Friday afternoon and about midday Sunday to come up with an idea, build a prototype or presentation around what they came up with, and then they present it to a panel of judges. And we have an exciting announcement this week, which is we've had enough sponsorship dollars. Our headliner is Ting Internet. And because of them, we're able to offer some pretty generous cash prizes for teams with the best ideas. So the grand prize team is going to win $2,000, and then we will have 3 different prizes for best in the 3 challenge categories for $1,000 for other teams. So like you mentioned, there's free food, there's swag, there are workshops. You do not have to be a tech genius or expert to participate in this. We will have some workshops that are around learning about different skills like AI and cybersecurity. But we need creative people, we need project managers, and as long as you're 18 or older, you can be any age. It's not just for students. Anybody can participate in this.
All right, so we are looking right now at the flyer, Hack Memphis Fall 2025 City Hackathon. 100 volunteers with technical creative skills will team up over 36 hours to develop and present innovative solutions to 3 civic challenges for the city of Memphis. So I'm curious, Jessica, how did the civic challenges come about, and are we going to use the ideas that come from this hackathon for the city of Memphis and their challenges?
Yeah, I'll start with your second question, actually. So last year, our challenges were around coming up with creative new ways to deal with blight, also coming up with ideas for workforce transportation and how people can work together to make that more accessible. And then the other was just any idea that hackers might have had around smart city and AI technology. So the blight area is really where we've had the most success in taking some of the ideas from the hackathon and bringing them to life with the city. One really good example of that is the city has launched a Blight Zero initiative, and that is where residents, community organizations, small businesses can all volunteer and even get paid in many instances to clean up areas around town that maybe the city just doesn't have enough people and resources to do. So what our hackers did was come up with a task assignment system, where the city staff could say, here are the locations and the types of cleanup activities that we need, like mowing, weedy lots that nobody's taking care of, or picking up tire piles where there's just a lot of trash and debris in unattended areas. So they're able to assign those tasks now, and the volunteers and businesses that are part of Blight Zero can assign those. And then once the city verifies that they've completed the work, they can get paid. So that's just one of the many things that have come out of last year's hackathon. This year, the main topics are going to be blight again, but we're really interested in data analysis and predictive analytics. So how can you take all of the different housing and property condition types of data that we have and help us more easily figure out what the priority areas should be and how the city should allocate its resources. The second challenge topic is going to be around small businesses. So when you think about a startup or a small business that maybe wants to partner with the city and become an approved vendor and apply for bids and things, how can we make that as easy as possible so that they have a good competitive edge just like everybody else that's more established? And then lastly, one that I'm really excited about is how can we use AI and data training to help people navigate all of the different city resources and just community resources that are out there? So if you think of 211, it's a really, really great system, but you have to click through a lot of things sometimes to find the resource or the service you're looking for and figure out where it's located, what the operating hours are. So we think this is a great area where AI can really help, maybe an interactive chat bot or other ways that people can just in plain and simple language ask, here's what I'm trying to find, and it more easily give you a list of exactly what you're looking for.
It sounds fantastic. It sounds innovative. It sounds great. And so last year, I know that there were a lot of people that signed up. I think it was sold out, if I do remember. How many people do you expect this time? How do people register? And is there a cost involved?
Yeah, I should first mention when this is going to happen. It's going to be November 7th through 9th at the University of Memphis FedEx Institute of Technology. So if you go to hackmemphis.com, you will see exactly how to register. And you can also sign up behind the scenes as a volunteer if you're kind of nervous about spending the whole weekend with us. There's still other ways to get involved. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the other things that I was going to?
Yeah, no problem. So we have it down there, 7th through 9, November 7th through the 9th at the University of Memphis, the FedEx Institute of Technology there. I was just asking, how many people do you anticipate being a part of this? Is there a fee involved, and how people can register?
Yeah, so it's free, but you do have to give us $10 up front when you register. But what happens is we give that $10 right back to you as soon as you show up on Friday the 7th. We just don't want people to sign up and then ghost us. And last year we had about 75 hackers that showed up, and then we had another 25 to 30 volunteers behind the scenes. So it's a pretty big event. I think we ended up with 14 teams that presented a solution at the end of the weekend.
And that's fantastic when it comes to the amount of prize money. I mean, $2,000, that's nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Anything else before we let you go, Jessica?
I would just emphasize again for people that are thinking this sounds fun and interesting, but I don't have tech skills. We need you too. We definitely need project managers and creative people and just people that are passionate about these challenge topics that I mentioned. We really need a team that can work together and put all of those different strengths and expertise together. So do not let the technology part scare you away if you're really excited about this event.
All right, Jessica Lotz there with Innovate Memphis, talking about the Memphis Hackathon, November 7th through the 9th at the University of Memphis campus, the FedEx Institute of Technology. One more time, want to show everybody the flyer that they have set up for you. There it is. All right. So listen, Jessica, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so very much, and good luck on the event, November 7th through the 9th. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, which will feature a back and forth between clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the 80s as we go through the course of the day. A south breeze flowing in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The sunshine becomes a bit more dominant as we head towards the back end of the day, but you'll kind of go back and forth between clouds and sunshine as we go through the course of the late morning, early afternoon hours. Our Friday football fever game of the week, Horn Lake and DeSoto Central, a battle in DeSoto County tonight. Mostly clear skies. Kickoff at 77 degrees, dropping off to the low 70s by the end of the game. Some great weather for football here across the Mid-South going into your day tonight. And of course, we'll have highlights tonight on actionnews5.com and also on Action News 5. 68 the overnight low temperature, mostly clear. A warmer night, a southerly breeze coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So while we have the clouds rolling in here today with a little weak system moving past, we'll clear out the skies ahead of the start of your day tomorrow. So if you have plans heading to the River Arts Fest down at Riverside Drive, of course, that's an all weekend event, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Understand we'll probably start off with sunshine on your Saturday morning, but we'll give way to more clouds and eventually some rain chances coming into the fold during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. And notice the winds coming out of the south and west around 15 miles per hour. So all the vendors who are going down there, be prepared for not just the winds on Saturday, but also Sunday, because instead of the southwest winds that you'll get on Saturday, you'll get the northwesterly winds on Sunday. Temperatures topping out in the middle 80s. Your Memphis Tigers taking a road trip to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, going up against the UAB Blazers. Temperatures in the 80s, easing their way to the lower 80s. A great day of weather there in Birmingham, a 3 p.m. kickoff, and your Ole Miss Rebels going to Sanford Stadium. Between the Hedges in Athens, 2:30 kickoff. Great weather there in Athens, Georgia. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the low 80s by the end of the day. But a first alert for everybody, whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South, heading to Birmingham, even to Athens. There's going to be a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that will be making a trek through the region over the course of not just your Saturday, but going into Sunday as well. So even if you have plans to head back from Birmingham from the game, you're going to have to run into this line of storms. And if you're coming back from Athens, Georgia, it may not be in the morning, but you still got to get through that line, no less, as you get through in the afternoon and evening hours. A severe weather risk is in play for the Action News 5 coverage area on Saturday. A slight level 2 out of 5 risk for the entire area now, encompassing us from the Missouri Boot Hill through North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, and West Tennessee. So what does that play out for us? Well, we're going to open up a time frame still between 3 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds are going to be the primary severe weather risk. So straight line winds coming into play, that bow and arrow effect. So think about that bow. Again, you pull back on it and the arrow goes shooting out. That is the push of wind coming along with it. But you get turbulence right along the arrowhead. And that turbulence can lead up to a little bit of a low-level spin, and low-level spin could lead up to a spin-up risk of a tornado in the aspect of weather. Some localized flooding, some low-lying poor drainage areas. We can't rule out some small hail. I don't think it's the most overwhelming risk for hail, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. This is the timeline for the start of the showers and thunderstorms. And understand, not everybody will see storms during the course of the day. That's why I had to bring down those rain chances a bit, because I don't want you to think it's going to rain all day. It's eastern Arkansas first between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's when the rain chances will begin to increase for you guys. For the metro area between 5 and 8 p.m. and then for eastern areas between 7 and 10 p.m. So it may be after sunset before places like Ripley, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Selmer, Tennessee, and Bolivar, Tennessee see showers and thunderstorms. It could be after sunset. Right around sunset for the Mississippi River communities down the Highway 51 corridor from Dyersburg, Covington into the Memphis metro area and westward into eastern Arkansas. It will be mid-afternoon as the storms begin to roll into your area. So let's time it out with our first alert futurecast. And again, we'll start off with sunshine on your Saturday. Sun will fade behind some clouds slowly but surely. That wind gusting out of the south and west around 15 plus miles per hour. Here come the storms rolling towards the area. So by the time we get towards about 6 o'clock, storms rolling in. See those lines forming along the entire line, and some of these elements here, you're going to have some gusty wind potential here and there, and also the potential for these little kinks along the line. And those little kinks could spawn off a quick spin-up tornado. That line will push eastward towards the Tennessee River, getting closer to 10 o'clock. I think our severe weather potential probably is done by about midnight, but the rain and storms will probably come to an end by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as we get the system to pull away from us into the early hours of your Sunday. Cooler breezes out of the north and west will bring back sunshine, and temperatures only struggling to get back to the upper 60s to near 70 by the end of the day. Of course, with this first severe weather day of the fall season that we've seen more consolidated severe weather, just a reminder to charge your devices ahead of time, have multiple reliable sources of weather information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued for your area. Here comes the cooler air behind that frontal boundary. It's one shot of cooler air, but it's not the only shot of cooler air in the next 10 days. There's another one that will be reloading back to the west. That's another front that'll come swinging through the area through the mid portion of the week. That'll bring us another shot of cooler air. So my friends, if you're a fan of fall, it's your time to shine next week. But in the meantime, we're still feeling more summery, more like early September, mid-80s expected today and tomorrow. And we'll start off with clouds on the increase here today, get till about lunchtime, and the clouds will start to clear out and sunshine to return. We'll be clear tonight. Quiet and sunny to start off early on Saturday morning, but we'll add in clouds gradually throughout the course of the day, and eventually those clouds will lead up to chances for storms. It'll be a breezy one as well. Southwesterly breezes gusting around 25 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. Understand, again, vast majority of the day will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we have to keep an eye on the storms. And with football going on, festivals going on, it's a good thing to keep an eye to the sky if you are going to be out at these events. Because again, the storms will likely increase in coverage, especially in the metro area, I think after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So keep an eye to the sky. Keep it going through the overnight period, and then a lingering shower chance early Sunday. Cooler breezes filtering in here, a high near 70. We'll pop back into the mid 70s on Monday. Lower to middle 70s as another front comes swinging through here. That'll knock the numbers back. Look at the overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s as we head throughout much of next week. We'll add in a few more clouds by Thursday, Friday, a couple shower chances too, popping back in the mid 70s by the end of next weekend.
Dimitri, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I sure can. You sound great. We're good to go. We got about 45 seconds before we come to you.
Okay.
Thanks for taking a few minutes. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, hang on. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 40 years ago, 1985, Baptist Memorial Hospital performed its first heart transplant. That program was the first ever in the Mid-South, and it is now still the only adult heart transplant program here in the Memphis area. In those 40 years, Baptist Memorial Hospital Memphis has performed nearly 500 heart transplants since the program began. Let's bring in someone right now who knows a lot about this program. And before I get to him, I need to make just a few adjustments so we can see him loudly and clearly here on the Action News 5 digital desk. I am joined right now by Dr. Dmitry Yaronov. He works at Baptist, and he is someone who is very familiar with the heart transplant program at Baptist Memorial Hospital. Dmitry, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us about the importance of having this kind of anniversary here now, 40 years later. What a breakthrough. What does that mean to all of us here in Memphis and the Mid-South? Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. Great question. You know, a lot of times when I meet my patients or their relatives for the first time, they realize that the heart transplant is not some type of exotic procedure intervention. It's actually a gold standard of care for patients with advanced heart failure. And here we are in Memphis celebrating this 40 years of continuous access to advanced heart failure therapies. We should not forget that we are the capital of heart disease of this country. Mid-South, because of the lifestyle we live, because the life choices we take, unfortunately lead the country for the mortality and the amount of heart disease we have here. And our community, cardiac community, has done a lot of breakthroughs in the last 20 to 30 years. And now patients who normally would not survive and unfortunately develop advanced heart failure because of the burden of the disease. And we proudly service this community for now 40 years. As you rightfully so mentioned, this is one of the oldest programs in this country that continuously provides access to heart transplantation and the mechanical circulatory support, which is one of the alternatives is a mechanical pump that patient go home with.
You know, it's really incredible, and I'm sure you see it from your vantage point, Dmitry, of how this program has evolved from, pioneering in the mid-'80s to where we are today in 2025. You know, this used to be something that if someone were to get a heart transplant, they wouldn't last that long in terms of their life. It would last maybe, a few months, a couple of years. Now people are living much longer than that. Can you talk a little bit about the evolution of this program and specifically just heart transplants?
Absolutely. You know, rightfully so, you mentioned in 1960s, we reached out to this technology, and first heart transplant was performed. That patient did not leave the hospital, nor did live a long life. And since then, we had multiple breakthroughs, including the medicines we use now to prevent rejection, including the follow-up we have for those patients. And nowadays, as we started from living several days after a heart transplant, now our patients live over 10 years. If to be precise, it's anywhere between 12 to 13 years in average survival after a heart transplant. I'll tell you, in our program, we have patients who live over 30 years after a heart transplant. So it truly became a standard of care for those patients with advanced end-stage heart failure, and now we can completely redefine the prognosis. Because the ultimate, alternative to this is living with the advanced heart failure, and survival with advanced heart failure is unfortunately less than 1 year.
What an amazing breakthrough, and certainly, having the opportunity to live 12 to 13 years on average, one person living 13 years or 30 years after a transplant, just remarkable science, an advancement there. And, I've always thought that the medical community in Memphis and the Mid-South is such a rich community in terms of advancements, technology, and what it offers to so many here in Memphis and the Mid-South. What does it mean to have this program here in Memphis to you and your perspective, Dmitry?
We're really proud of this program, and here's why. We service a very huge geographic area. Like you mentioned, there is no other advanced heart failure program here in the Mid-South. We do lots of community and regional outreach into smaller communities of the Mid-South. If you live in Memphis, and let's assume this program did not exist here, you would have to drive over 3 hours to possibly get to the nearest center that can perform intervention like this. Interventions like this are very complex and require lots of family care, family interaction, making sure that the patients can stay in those communities. So most of our patients who get interventions here, unfortunately, would not be able to travel for such a long distance to get therapies like this. And a lot of times they will have to spend a lot of time in those outside centers. This is also a lot of times not feasible for our patients. So having an advanced heart failure program in the Mid-South here at Baptist is critical mission for us, not just to say that we have it, but also understand that there's truly not an alternative to it right now. And we're very proud of it, and we will continue to service this patient population.
We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dimitri, is there something that you would like to say to them about this program that you haven't already? And I'm just kind of curious. This is the evolution of 40 years where people maybe survive just a few months, maybe to a year. Now we're at 12 to 13 years on average. Where are we in perhaps the next 40 years? What that looks like?
No, as an advanced heart failure cardiologist who runs the program and who sees those patients every day, I would tell you this is a very tricky disease. Everyone knows what heart attack is. You get acutely ill, you get a stent, and you get better. Heart failure is not that. Heart failure creeps up on you. Heart failure is a chronic disease. Certain limitations patients get used to. Ability to recognize the fact that you're just a simple walking or your daily routine is causing you distress, causing you symptoms. It's very important. And awareness is that what will drive us for next decades. Because unfortunately, we still have a very little awareness of what heart failure is and what's the true outcomes with heart failure and how poor they are. By any means, I don't think we are at the peak. There's a lot of developments that we need to get to make care accessible in every community in this country, not just the Mid-South, and making sure that the follow-up is seamless and making sure that our patients get to where they are. There's one thing I wanted to emphasize is healthy lifestyle and prevention. And I would tell you that I love doing heart transplants, but prevention ultimately is the best treatment. Ability to recognize the fact that healthy lifestyle is critical and important to prevent diseases like heart failure, knowing your numbers, making sure that you are seeing your primary care doctors, cardiologists, and prevent advanced disease.
Dr. Dmitry Yaronov with Baptist Memorial Hospital, part of the heart transplant program. So valuable to have you here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Congratulations on this amazing anniversary, the advancements in technology, and what you provide for so many families and patients across Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, another live look from our High 5 camera as we go to break on this beautiful Friday, 71 degrees. Some clouds out there, very comfortable. We're back in 1 minute with headlines on Action News 5's digital desk. Dimitri, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. All right, have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk on this Friday morning. It's 9:15 and it is 71 degrees. Let's get to some of the top stories we are following at this hour. The first one involves this apartment fire that happened in the Wolf Chase area about 6 o'clock this morning. Action News 5 arrived at the scene here, Crescent Apartments near Kate Bond and Bland Lane. No word if there were any injuries. Certainly, we will keep you posted. Another house fire that took place, city of Millington at Waverly Farms and Chua Cove. Multiple crews on the scene there, including Shelby County firefighters and Millington firefighters. The Shelby County Fire Department tells us everyone inside made it out of the home safely and no injuries. Let's talk now about the Memphis Safe Task Force. Some of those numbers here coming from the U.S. Department of Justice. The task force has arrested nearly 1,000 people, 978 to be exact. More than 100 people arrested on drug charges, 100 for illegal gun charges, almost 400 arrested on active warrants. Task force has confiscated nearly 200 guns. I want to show you some more numbers. This is from the Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission. Overall crime in the county has dropped 15.4% between January and June of this year compared to the same time last year. It also shows a 17.4% drop in major violent crime and a 21.6% drop in major property crimes, including a double-digit percentage drop in murder, robbery, aggravated assault, and a 50% spike in neighborhood watch groups. Let's head down to DeSoto County right now, where there are parents very upset that this is the fallout from Lindsay Whiteside's sentencing. The former youth pastor, high school basketball coach, pleaded guilty to sexual abuse of a girl. The victim's family at a school board meeting last night took to task the board members because they decided to not take any action against those educators who wrote letters supporting Lindsay Whiteside. There's a picture of her. The family of the victim called out school board chairwoman Michelle Henley again. Henley, along with 9 teachers and a vice principal in the district, wrote character references on Lindsay Whiteside's behalf. Henley did not attend the meeting. Parents are calling on the district to release the names of 10 educators, saying parents have the right to know who is supporting Lindsay Whiteside. Let's talk now about the last day today. Shelby County Clerk Wanda Halpert has to pay nearly $40,000 or else face legal consequences in court. Millington city leaders say the money is back pay for rent at the Navy Road office location. A letter sent out October 3rd gave Shelby County Clerk Wanda Halpert 14 days to pay back $39,200 owed. The city of Millington is citing a 2-year lease approved by the Shelby County Commission. Wanda Halpert denies the rental agreement. The issue comes amid a separate case involving a 2-year-long process to remove Wanda Halpert from the Shelby County Clerk's office. To Middle Tennessee now, and there has been the first lawsuit filed by one of the families of the victims who died in last week's deadly plant explosion. Jeremy Moore was one of 16 people who died at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility. The lawsuit says, quote, this explosion involved ultra-hazardous materials, and it claims that AES failed to take proper precautions that could have prevented the blast. The facility is located in Hickman County and Humphrey County. It processes ammunition and explosives. Authorities say could take weeks, even months, to know exactly what happened and how that blast took place. Let's talk about the Memphis Tiger football team. They're back in action tomorrow, coming off a bye week. They are in Birmingham. They will play UAB. Tigers are 6-0. They're ranked 22nd in the latest polls. Kickoff set for 3 o'clock. Game is going to be on ESPN2. And Memphis Madness, for the first time ever, went to Beale Street. It is now called Ballin' on Beale. From FedEx Forum to Beale Street, Tiger fans got a chance to meet and talk with this year's Memphis Tiger men's and women's basketball teams last night. Nearly 2-hour showcase featuring performances by the mighty Sound of the South, the Spirit Squads, and live music. Also a game of horse. Instead of it spelling out horse, it spelled out tiger between head coaches Penny Hardaway and Alex Simmons. Let's get an update on our forecast right now with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, which will feature a back and forth between clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the 80s as we go through the course of the day. A south breeze flowing in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The sunshine becomes a bit more dominant as we head towards the back end of the day, but you'll kind of go back and forth between clouds and sunshine as we go through the course of the late morning, early afternoon hours. Our Friday football fever game of the week, Horn Lake and DeSoto Central, a battle in DeSoto County tonight. Mostly clear skies. Kickoff at 77 degrees, dropping off to the low 70s by the end of the game. Some great weather for football here across the Mid-South going into your day tonight. And of course, we'll have highlights tonight on actionnews5.com and also on Action News 5. 68 the overnight low temperature, mostly clear. A warmer night, a southerly breeze coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So while we have the clouds rolling in here today with a little weak system moving past, it will clear out the skies ahead of the start of your day tomorrow. So if you have plans heading to the River Arts Fest down at Riverside Drive, of course, that's an all weekend event, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Understand we'll probably start off with sunshine on your Saturday morning, but we'll give way to more clouds and eventually some rain chances coming into the fold during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. And notice the winds coming out of the south and west around 15 miles per hour. So all the vendors who are going down there, be prepared for not just the winds on Saturday, but also Sunday, because instead of the southwest winds that you'll get on Saturday, you'll get the northwesterly winds on Sunday. Temperatures topping out in the middle 80s. Your Memphis Tigers taking a road trip to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, going up against the UAB Blazers. Temperatures in the 80s, easing their way to the lower 80s. A great day of weather there in Birmingham, a 3 p.m. kickoff, and your Ole Miss Rebels going to Sanford Stadium. Between the Hedges in Athens, 2:30 kickoff. Great weather there in Athens, Georgia. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the low 80s by the end of the day. But a first alert for everybody, whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South, heading to Birmingham, even to Athens. There's going to be a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that will be making a trek through the region over the course of not just your Saturday, but going into Sunday as well. So even if you have plans to head back from Birmingham from the game, you're going to have to run into this line of storms. And if you're coming back from Athens, Georgia, it may not be in the morning, but you still got to get through that line, no less, as you get through in the afternoon and evening hours. A severe weather risk is in play for the Action News 5 coverage area on Saturday. A slight level 2 out of 5 risk for the entire area now, encompassing us from the Missouri Boot Hill through North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, and West Tennessee. So what does that play out for us? Well, we're going to open up a time frame still between 3 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds are going to be the primary severe weather risk. So straight line winds coming into play, that bow and arrow effect. So think about that bow. Again, you pull back on it and the arrow goes shooting out. That is the push of wind coming along with it. But you get turbulence right along the arrowhead. And that turbulence can lead up to a little bit of a low-level spin, and low-level spin could lead up to a spin-up risk of a tornado in the aspect of weather. Some localized flooding, some low-lying poor drainage areas. We can't rule out some small hail. I don't think it's the most overwhelming risk for hail, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. This is the timeline for the start of the showers and thunderstorms. And understand, not everybody will see storms during the course of the day. That's why I had to bring down those rain chances a bit, because I don't want you to think it's going to rain all day. It's Eastern Arkansas first between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's when the rain chances will begin to increase for you guys. For the metro area between 5 and 8 p.m. and then for eastern areas between 7 and 10 p.m. So it may be after sunset before places like Ripley, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Selmer, Tennessee, and Bolivar, Tennessee see showers and thunderstorms. It could be after sunset. Right around sunset for the Mississippi River communities down the Highway 51 corridor from Dyersburg, Covington into the Memphis metro area and westward into eastern Arkansas. It will be mid-afternoon as the storms begin to roll into your area. So let's time it out with our first alert futurecast. And again, we'll start off with sunshine on your Saturday. Sun will fade behind some clouds slowly but surely. That wind gusting out of the south and west around 15 plus miles per hour. Here come the storms rolling towards the area. So by the time we get towards about 6 o'clock, storms rolling in. See those lines forming along the entire line, and some of these elements here, you're going to have some gusty wind potential here and there, and also the potential for these little kinks along the line. And those little kinks could spawn off a quick spin-up tornado. That line will push eastward towards the Tennessee River, getting closer to 10 o'clock. I think our severe weather potential probably is done by about midnight, but the rain and storms will probably come to an end by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as we get the system to pull away from us into the early hours of your Sunday. Cooler breezes out of the north and west will bring back sunshine, and temperatures only struggling to get back to the upper 60s to near 70 by the end of the day. Of course, with this first severe weather day of the fall season that we've seen more consolidated severe weather. Just a reminder to charge your devices ahead of time, have multiple reliable sources of weather information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued for your area. Here comes the cooler air behind that frontal boundary. It's one shot of cooler air, but it's not the only shot of cooler air in the next 10 days. There's another one that will be reloading back to the west. That's another front that'll come swinging through the area through the mid portion of the week. That'll bring us another shot of cooler air. So my friends, if you're a fan of fall, it's your time to shine next week. But in the meantime, we're still feeling more summery, more like early September, mid 80s expected today and tomorrow. And we'll start off with clouds on the increase here today, get till about lunchtime, and the clouds will start to clear out and sunshine to return. We'll be clear tonight. Quiet and sunny to start off early on Saturday morning, but we'll add in clouds gradually throughout the course of the day, and eventually those clouds will lead up to chances for storms. It'll be a breezy one as well. Southwesterly breezes gusting around 25 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. Understand, again, vast majority of the day will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we have to keep an eye on the storms. And with football going on, festivals going on, it's a good thing to keep an eye to the sky if you are going to be out at these events. Because, again, the storms will likely increase in coverage, especially in the metro area, I think after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So keep an eye to the sky. Keep it going through the overnight period, and then a lingering shower chance early Sunday. Cooler breezes filtering in here, a high near 70. We'll pop back into the mid-70s on Monday. Lower to middle 70s as another front comes swinging through here. That'll knock the numbers back. Look at the overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s. As we head throughout much of next week, we'll add in a few more clouds by Thursday, Friday, a couple shower chances too, popping back in the mid-70s by the end of next weekend.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is the latest edition of La Prensa Latina on newsstands right now. Talking about HIV, that is the cover shot there. There's some other articles we're going to get in right now with the La Prensa Latina CEO joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, as he always does each and every Friday. Mi amigo Jairo Aguirre joining us. Buenos dias, Jairo. ¿Qué tal?
Hola, ¿qué tal, Andrés? Muy buenos días. Feliz viernes. Muy feliz de estar aquí contigo en Channel 5, which means happy Friday to you, Andrew. I'm super excited to be here with you.
Yes, me too. Tambien. So I'm trying as much as I can.
You remind me of myself when I was like in the 5th grade. I was like, Believe it or not, I grew up here, and I remember not knowing any English, and that was tough.
Yeah. Well, it's great to kind of intersperse that with our interviews from time to time, and
Right.
you know, I'm actually learning I'm learning Greek language as well, so trying to learn all
Wow.
kinds of different languages. It just helps the brain cognition. You know what I mean?
That's right. That it keeps you sharp. That's how
Exactly.
That's how you stay sharp in this.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. So listen, we got a busy one here. Love the colors,
Yeah.
and tell us more about this cover.
Yeah, so as you know, Shelby County Health Department just had the HIV Summit report, and I've actually had Jerry Flores, who actually was there. I got to talk to him more in detail, but we did see that there are some inequalities when it comes down to the Latino community with this Shelby County report, and it looks like uh, in 13% of all HIV cases in 2024 are by Hispanic, which means that to kind of put things in perspective, I think it's about 7% of Latinos in Shelby County, but 13% of those cases are Latinos. So that's alarming. And so they are consistently trying to do more. And of course, it's that cultural, economic, and also the linguistic part that makes it difficult for Latinos to get these resources when it comes down to just public health. And so Bruce Randolph, I know the interim director, he's gonna be doing his best. I know that they've reached out as well here in La Prensa to get more information out, and so we're gonna continue doing that. But I mean, from 2013, from what I was seeing, 2013, 2017, it looked like it was going down as far as the HIV cases. But back in 2020, moving forward, it went up, it spiked up about 52%. But it's an important message that we're going to continue making known into our Latino community, and again facing those gaps, right, between that as a cultural thing when it comes down to sexual health and reproduction. Obviously the language barrier also has to do with it, and the economics. But we're going to continue doing our best to get this information out. I know that over at Shelby County Health, they're doing the same. So we expect to see a turn in these things for 2026.
Excellent. Okay, moving on. We have another cover here. This is about the River Arts Fest taking over the streets of Memphis this month. Tell me more.
Yeah, so of course, I don't know if you guys covered it before, but we're super excited to have another event that's super cultural too. It's by River Arts, and you can find more information at River Arts. It's rivermemphis.org. But you have over 150 artists. I know there's going to be some Latino artists out there. Tickets are like 10, 15, $15 per day, $20 for 2 days. It's October 18th through the 19th. So it's gonna be, like I said, if and they're also gonna have music too. So it's not just about the arts. It's not about you're gonna get local artists. I was actually thinking about this, Andrew. I was like, I've been missing a local piece of art to go either into like my office area, and this is going to be a great opportunity just to go out and meet. They're going to have live demonstrations for arts, but important. It's important to also support local artists. So, never been to it, unfortunately. So I'm planning to go this year, and they're going to have live music as well. So you'll be able to enjoy a little bit of blues, soul, jazz, funk.
It sounds amazing. But it's been a few years since I've been back. When I went, it was a blast. I mean, it was really good time and just one of those enjoyable moments for sure, Jairo. Final one here on that we're going to focus on is, of course, the Memphis Grizzlies. I mean, we got the season opener next Wednesday. It's something a lot of people are anticipating. Although, Jairo, I mean, you and I both know there's a lot of injuries already happening, and the season hasn't already started. So fingers crossed that everyone gets healthy soon, right?
I know. So that's going to be, I think, the deciding factor of, I know that we got a lot of new people on the roster. So we're going to rely probably heavy on those. I know that just 2025 as the season, well, yes, earlier on we talked about the trading with Desmond Bain and to the Orlando Magics. And in return, we received Contavious, Cole, package of four, I think, was a draft pick. But we are gonna have to really focus on this. I know we're gonna. Who is it? Is it Morant that was injured? And
So it was Jaren Jackson Jr., Ja Morant, among some of the injuries there.
yeah, and I know that was looking at this. Some analyst places us about 10th place 7 to 10th, and I'm like, we're more optimistic than that here in Memphis, so we're gonna try our best to just come on top. We are grit and grind, so I have faith in the Grizzlies.
Yeah, me too. And fingers crossed, though. We need to get healthy. We need to have the Grizzlies be at their top if we want to compete in the West, because we know that those other teams are going to be very competitive. But it's a long season. Maybe we start out slow and just kind of build. Last year, Jairo, you'll remember it was like going into the All-Star break, we were number 2 in the West, and then we dropped towards the end of the season. Maybe we can kind of do the flipperoo and flip that around.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, but it'll be exciting. Nonetheless, it's always exciting. I don't know if it's a cultural thing with the Grizzlies. Every time I see, people supporting the Grizzlies, is like no other team in the NBA.
I agree with you 100%. Again, the La Prensa Latina on newsstands right now. They're the latest edition and the largest bilingual newspaper in the area. You can also go to laprensalatina.com and check out their social media pages as well. Final thoughts from you, Jairo?
Just check us out on our website, La Prensa Latina, laprensalatina.com. I know we have a lot of updates when it comes down to the stuff going on with immigration, local things happening. You can find us at La Prensa Latina Media on our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram. We also have a live transmission on our Facebook, on our website. So we got some updates there. We're always streaming live 24/7. And but yeah, so it's just a great time coming here on Fridays, sharing this with our community. And I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing and allowing us to come into Channel 5 and hop on these calls.
Absolutely, and Wednesday night is the season opener for the Grizzlies, and we want to wish them a very buena suerte, right?
Buena suerte, yeah, October 20, yeah, that's Wednesday, October 22nd.
All right. Well, I hope that we have some more good news to share with our audience, after that game and throughout the season. So
I have some homework because it's grit and grind. I have to find the Spanish version of grit and grind.
Yes, you do.
You don't want to translate literally. Then we'll make some shirts and then we'll have it all up.
I love it. Let's do it. Mi amigo. All right. Have a great weekend.
Hasta luego, Andrés. Gracias.
Hasta luego. Gracias. All right. Another live shot from downtown Memphis on this beautiful Friday, 71 degrees, 9:37. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. To the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you're new to Memphis, if you've been in Memphis several years, perhaps you're a lifelong Memphian. You're always looking for things to do, places to go, things to see, that sort of thing. The best resource for everybody, I was trying to think of the right word, but the best resource for everyone out there is I Love Memphis, in my opinion. I think it's a wonderful resource for anybody. Any time of the year you're looking for something to do, perhaps you got people coming into town, or you just want to get out with your girlfriends, or a guy's night, or whatever. We got Jalen Suchek joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. She is always in the know when it comes to I Love Memphis and I Love Memphis blog. She runs it with some others out there. And how's that going, by the way? You've been doing this now for quite a bit. Everything going well, Jalen? Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. And Andrew, I mean, I love your intros. You always give the best intro. So thank you for that. But yeah, everything's been great. I've been at the helm now about gosh, almost 3 years, we've been really trying to build up a strong contributor team. So it's not just a one voice, it's more of collective voices around the city to just tap into everything there is, because, one person can obviously not do it all, because contrary to some belief, there is so much to do in this city, and I'm happy to be constantly busy.
Okay, so I can't remember the publication, but someone outside of Memphis sent me something that said top 5 most boring cities was Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like, what, are you on crack or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're living in a different world if you think that. I refute that
exactly.
vehemently.
100%. 100%. So anyway, enough about that. I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk.
I know
about...
we could go on a whole rant on that.
I know I'm preaching to the choir. So Jalen, let's talk about these happy hours that I understand are bigger and better than ever these days, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, in restaurants, we know it's hard, so they have to be a little more competitive. So we always have a happy hours guide to deals blog. We just recently updated it because, like the Memphis weather, happy hour deals change quickly. So I say this all with preface that, call ahead if you want to confirm it, or look on their socials just to make sure that it's still accurate. Because again, it can change. They might have new offerings or different days, different hours. This is why we have to routinely update this guide. But I had to ask you, Andrew, do you have a favorite happy hour around the city?
I wish I did. I think I might need to. Give me some
We'll
pointers.
find you one by the end of this.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I can just hop in. So our guide has about 15 spots. And I mean, of course, that is not speaking to every great happy hour in the city. We really tried to boil it down to places that have good daily happy hour offerings. Some places maybe it's just a Monday night or a Thursday night. So that's how we kind of organized it. We are always open to more feedback and adding more places. So if you have a good spot, please let us know. We love to take people's recommendations and infuse them into the guide. So I picked 3 of my favorites from the guide, different little spots in town. The first is Bell Tavern. And Andrew, I'm not sure if you've heard of Bell Tavern. Some people, you bring it up and they're never heard of this place before.
I haven't. Tell me more. I'm interested, though. Looks great.
Yeah, and so I think a reason people don't know about it is because it's a hidden bourbon bar in an alleyway in downtown Memphis. So the Barbaro Alley, just around the corner from Aldo's, tucked in there between, like the Peabody and South Main. This is just a great spot in general. Some of the best people work there, and they have a very, very generous happy hour. This is one of my favorites. So you can get $4 domestic beers, $7 house cocktails, and $7 glasses of wine. Those house cocktails include like Manhattans, Old Fashions, French 75s, martinis. Harold is one of the main bartender there. He is kind of, if you know name in the city, one of the best bartenders. So you get a great deal, and you have one of the best bartenders making them. He makes some of the best Old Fashions. I love the French 75. They also have really good food. And if you're still having difficulty placing it, it's in the back of where 117 Prime was. So they use
Okay, yes, I know where that
there.
is. You had me at Hidden Bourbon Bar, Jalen. That sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, when we posted a reel of them, people were like, I've worked in downtown my whole life and I didn't know this existed. And it's been there for several years. So I always love to share that one. And that happy hour deal is Tuesday to Saturday from 4 to 7. So pretty generous, because you don't have too many that give you a Friday and Saturday for those happy hour deals.
Sweet. What else you got?
We are moving into Midtown now. This is one of my favorite bars in the city to go to for a cocktail outside of happy hour or with happy hour. The great news is they have a very, very good, nice, generous happy hour. I am amazed that they still continue having it. It's such a good deal. But this is Cameo in Midtown. It's on Union Avenue, right across from the Firehouse. They have, for their happy hour, half off classic cocktails, draft beer, and glasses of house and red wine, white wines too. And then they also do an $8 Cool Kids burger, which is so delicious you have to order it. But this is, one of the best cocktail bars in the city. They have just numerous cocktail options, and normally when you're talking about quantity, you're kind of fearful about the quality. You get both at this bar. It's one of my favorites. And their sister bar, Mary's BOTE, also has a great happy hour. That's the Tiki Bar in Cooper Young. But you can get this happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 7, and on Monday it's all night long. But love Cameo. It's a great place if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome! I love it. Okay, now you're bringing it this morning. I love this, and I know it's the morning, and I know people don't like generally drinking cocktails until the afternoon, but I'm feeling
There's
it.
a reason they start at 4.
Yes, and I've been up since 2 o'clock. Just saying.
Oh, hey, I used to do those days too, and I got to give you props. It's hard being up that early, and your happy hour starts probably more about noon.
Yeah, or before, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
So my third favorite place, and I feel like this is the place where people are like, no, do not tell people about this. We don't want more people coming. It is Swamp Bar in Overton Square. This is one of my favorite spots in the city too, for food, drinks. Kelly English spot right next to Second Line. Their happy hour it's just like unbelievably cheap. They have $2 High Lifes, $3 Stellas, $4 House Highballs, $5 margaritas, which are really good, $5 Anandas, which is Wiseacres IPA, and $6 house wine. And they do that from Wednesday to Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. So you have the whole weekend in there. And that's just the days they're open. So that's why it starts on Wednesday. So every day they're open 5 to 7. Really cool vibes, just one of the best spots. And I know I'm going to hear grumbles of, why'd you have to tell people about it?
And you said on the I Love Memphis blog, you have like 15 listed, right?
Yep, if you go to our ilovememphisblog.com right now on our homepage, it's one of our feature stories. You can click on it and you can go through all 15 spots, maybe recommend a spot of your own, and you can check out all those deals. I mean, I don't have to put teasers, like Laughlin's on there. They have a great happy hour, so I'm going to leave that as a little teaser to get people to go to it.
Perfect. All right, Jalen Suchek, really appreciate every time you come on the I Love Memphis blog or come on the digital desk to talk about the blog. Always good info, chock full for everybody to see, no matter where you live. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and I hope to see you at a happy hour soon.
Oh, heck yeah. I definitely will, for sure. I mean, Hidden Bourbon Bar, the Swamp Bar, Cameo, I'm there. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, take care. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a brand new book that is out right now on newsstands, and it is about baseball, Major League Baseball, 100 years ago in the Roaring 20s. And the man who wrote this book is joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thomas Wolfe joining me on the digital desk to talk about baseball in the Roaring 20s, the Yankees, the Cardinals, and the captivating 1926 season. Thomas, nice to meet you. Tell me what was behind you writing this book, kind of a historical, significant book, isn't it? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I'm always glad to get up and talk about baseball, especially baseball in the 1920s and 1930s. I think two of the very best eras from Major League Baseball. What got me started on writing about 1926, oddly enough, was having written a book about the 1932 season. It's called The Called Shot and focused on Babe Ruth's called shot in the World Series of 1932 with the Yankees against the Cubs. And the Cubs, of course, during most of the 1932 season were managed by Rogers Hornsby, but he was fired in August in the middle of the pennant race. So in doing my research for 1932, I had to go back into the baseball histories of both Babe Ruth and Rogers Hornsby, and discovered that in 1926, Hornsby's Cardinals and Ruth's Yankees played in a very dramatic 7-game series. So what really got me started was the fact that I could finally write about the collision really of these two baseball greats and their careers, which happened in the World Series in 1926. So that's what drew me back. That's what got me started.
That sounds amazing. Certainly, I mean, such iconic figures. I mean, especially Babe Ruth. I mean, you know, you think about baseball around that time period, you can't help but think about Babe Ruth. And what I like, it's interesting, is that, you know, outside of the baseball diamond, so many different things happening in our country. Tell me how much that plays a part in the book.
Yeah, I wanted to make it clear to readers that, you know, a baseball season doesn't exist. It was played in the middle of one of the most fascinating decades. Uh, Americans generally felt very optimistic about the future. They were relatively prosperous. 7 years had passed since the end of World War One. The Depression wasn't yet quite on the horizon. The end of the Roaring Twenties kind of came to a crashing halt in 1929. But Americans were very exuberant because of radio. They were more tuned into baseball than they had been in the teens, and attendance had soared, largely due, I think, to Babe Ruth and the fact that Ruth was such a dynamic and charismatic figure. But you know, going back to Ruth and Hornsby, Hornsby was the greatest right-handed hitter of his generation, and Ruth was the greatest left-handed hitter of his generation. So the clash between the two of them in the World Series in 1926 kind of paralleled the excitement that was evident in the culture as a whole.
Yeah, and you had names like Ty Cobb. You had newcomers like Lou Gehrig as a part of this, also making it into the book. You know, a lot of times I love talking to authors, Thomas, because there's so much they know about the craft and doing the research for something like this. I mean, you had to have learned some things that you weren't anticipating learning about. What was the biggest thing you learned, maybe unexpectedly, while doing research for this book?
Yeah, several things. I learned a lot about black baseball and black baseball history, which originally I just wanted to learn sort of for context, but then became part of the book. I also wanted to learn more about Grover Cleveland Alexander, who was really a remarkable player. Wound up his career with 373 wins, and he was the hero of the 1926 World Series at age 39. So um, those two sort of avenues of research into Alexander's background and into baseball history really were very enlightening to me. And the third thing would be the Cobb and Speaker scandal, alleged scandal that became known to Judge Landis in 1926 and didn't impact play on the field, but certainly impacted the future of the game.
Fantastic. Okay, one more time. Baseball in the Roaring Twenties, the Yankees, the Cardinals, the captivating 1926 season. Anything else you want to mention to our audience before we let you go, Thomas?
I would just like to mention to the audience that baseball was played kind of in parallel universes in 1926, and that there's a largely unwritten story about black baseball. I've tried to give a little window into that era and into black baseball. And keep in mind that baseball in the 1920s was very different than baseball in the 25 season, 2026 season coming up. So the eras are different. The charismatic figures of the 1926 are still the charismatic figures and the icons that we look back to. But there's a lot of baseball history that exists outside of what we know of as the white major leagues.
All right, Thomas Wolfe, the author of Baseball in the Roaring Twenties. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you very much, and congratulations on the book. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been great.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You are in for a treat this morning. If you're already planning ahead of what your weekend will look like or even what you can do today, well, a fall favorite is returning here in the Mid-South. We are talking about the Mid-South Maze, the 25th year for it. Of course, no better way to talk about this event than to bring in the Colonel to discuss this 25-year tradition. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Glad you had me.
Glad to have you here. I see you're already in the mix here. We talk about how this is just a fall favorite. So many people look forward to it. What should they look forward to for this year?
Well, we've been doing the same thing for a long time, which is hard to say for so many events, but it's very basic in its principle then that we have a large maze cut into a cornfield. It's a 10-acre labyrinth. There's questions all throughout the field. If you get the question right, it'll lead you down the right path. If you get the question wrong, you might get a little lost.
And what type of questions are we talking?
We're talking Memphis trivia, corn and agricultural trivia, pop culture trivia. We mix it up. So if you've seen some questions in the past, we might have some new ones out here for you this year.
I love that. I'm going to put on the screen now just some video and pictures of the maze to give people an idea of what they can expect. Again, you're in the mix of it all right now. What do you hope people, what do you think they'll be most excited about, or what should they look forward to?
Well, we've got some great corn this year, and that's what it's really all about. The corn's nice and tall and green, and in spite of the drought, we have an irrigation system, so we're able to water it through that lack of rain that we had, and the corn's nice and tall. The deer are loving it. We got all kinds of wildlife out here, so it's just a great thing to do with your family, to not be sitting in front of the TV or your phone. Just get outside and enjoy the weather.
I love that. This definitely is a family-friendly event. You can bring out the entire family and everyone will have some fun. Outside of the maze, I know you said there are some other things that you can do. I know there's some twists and turns. You can have a bonfire. What else?
Yeah, we have a hayride and a bonfire on a family nights in October. That's free. Free hayride and bonfire where you can do s'mores. Of course, Friday and Saturday nights in October, the maze becomes haunted. So we have monsters jumping out of the corn at you. And if you feel so inclined, you can come out Friday and Saturday nights and see if you're as brave as you think you are.
I'd probably be no good. I just jumped at this monster behind you, I should say, but you're a natural. It didn't faze you at all.
Oh, is there something back there?
You see that?
Oh.
See, you're a natural. I'd be running all over the place. Okay, before we let you go, we got to get people there, right? So let's talk logistics. Let's talk parking, tickets, where they can go so that they can come and get in on the fun.
Absolutely. We are located at the Agri Center, which is on Germantown Road and Walnut Grove Road, right adjacent to Shelby Farms Park. The parking is free, so free parking, and you can get your tickets online at our website at midsouthmaze.com. We have, different family packages, and we have just individual tickets on there as well. So everything's available online, and we're just right here in the heart of the city, so it's real easy to get to.
All right, so if you're looking for a family activity or maybe a school trip or even a date night, this is the spot for you. The Mid-South Maze joining us again for year 25. So much fun to be a part of. All right, this is the Colonel joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Was there anything you wanted to add or share that I did not ask you today?
I think we got most of it. We're just looking forward to having another great year. And I know the customers that we've had look forward to it year after year. Every year the design changes. So it refreshes itself and it's new and a new puzzle each year. So we look forward to having you all.
All right, sounds good. That's the Colonel joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have a great day, okay?
And welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Patrick Ellis here in the Weather Center, well, actually in the Digital Desk. We're talking a little weather here today, and of course, the big story is going to be the weekend forecast. There's a lot going on here. Over the next couple of days, of course, we're looking at the potential for rain and storms coming back into the fold tomorrow. And you're probably looking outside right now. You're probably thinking, okay, man, where is the sunshine? Well, let's take a live look from our Best Care Home Services High 5 camera. That is coming from downtown's perspective. You're looking over Riverside Drive, the site of the River Arts Fest that will kick off tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Of course, it will continue on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there's a lot of stuff going on across the Mid-South. And of course, a lot of questions on what the forecast is going to look like. And of course, a first alert to you. While it's not a first alert weather day, it's pretty close. We'll say that there is the potential for storms that will come back into the fold, and some of those storms could be quite active as we head through that time frame. So we want you to be weather aware, attuned to the situation, and just be prepared that there will be some storms to contend with here as we head through your day tomorrow. So this is primarily a forecast for the next 24 hours or so. So beyond today, which will be quiet, it'll be another warm one across the Mid-South. We're talking about temperatures that will be well up into the 80s yet again here today, and we'll do it again here for tomorrow. Now, tomorrow's high will likely be about 85 degrees. That's short of a record. The record high tomorrow is 90 degrees, and give you a little perspective here, the 90-degree temperature record high for tomorrow is actually the latest 90-degree temperature that we have on record here in the city of Memphis for the entire year. So this October the 18th is the last 90-plus degree day on record, and the records go back to 1872. So you notice, again, we'll be quite warm tomorrow, well above average, and also chances for rain will not be initially the issue. Actually, tomorrow morning, while we have clouds right now, actually the sunshine is probably going to come back out later on today and stay clear tonight. Sunshine to start off the day tomorrow, and then storms become more prevalent as we head through the end of the day. So if you've got early morning plans tomorrow, I think you're going to be in decent shape. So no worries there. But where we will have the issues will come in later in the day into the overnight period as the line of storms makes progress across the Mid-South. So let's take a look at one other thing that's also going to be part of the story, the winds getting pretty aggressive as well. Today, the winds have turned more southerly. That's part of the story, bringing the moisture into the area. But then you've got to talk about the potential for rain and storms coming into the fold. So let's talk about the wind gusts. This is just going to be kind of a generalized idea. Take out the thunderstorm threat. This is just going to be environmental winds that will be in play for the course of the day tomorrow. And we're talking about some wind gusts that will likely be in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range. That's lunchtime tomorrow. Wind gusts coming out of the south and southwest around 25 to 30 miles per hour. Keep that going all the way through the early evening hours. Now notice we get towards the early evening, say 7, 8, 9 o'clock. See how the winds change direction. That's the first front that will move through the area, and that will be the initial indication that something is changing. Obviously the front moving through the area at that point, and that will usher in the drier air, the cooler air, or at least the beginning of that. The severe weather threat, once the winds turn around to the north and west, will come to an end for whatever location you just happen to be in. Now those winds coming out of the north and west are going to be pretty chilly as we head into your day on Sunday. So notice we start off Sunday morning with a pretty aggressive northwesterly wind flow gusting around 25 to 30 miles per hour. The winds will start to subside a bit through the afternoon, but still a chilly north wind that's going to be persistent throughout the course of the day on your Sunday. So get ready for some changes, my friends, to say the least. Now let's talk about the storm threats for late Saturday. We're looking at the potential for some stronger storms, obviously, in play. This is the first time that we have seen any type of consolidated severe weather potential for a while. This isn't the first time. This isn't going to be the last time. It's the Mid-South after all. And of course, we're going through now the beginning of our secondary severe weather season. So the main threat with this one is going to be the potential for strong straight line winds. You know, this is not going to be a derecho. This is not going to be anything like that. But, you know, this is going to be your typical straight line wind potential. There's going to be little surges along the line of storms that will be pushing across the area. And those surges will have some enhanced wind potential. Think of a bow and arrow. So when you pull back on the bow and the arrow shoots forward, that's going to be the push of wind out ahead of it. Well, when you also have the front side of it, the arrowhead itself, there's a lot of air going around the arrowhead. That's turbulence, right? Well, turbulence and that spinning motion that goes around the arrowhead, well, that could lead up to the potential for a spin-up tornado. That is what we're looking at, that potential. That overall risk is low, but it's not zero with this one. Lightning obviously also going to be part of the story. You're going to notice, the lightning popping off when the storms do start moving here. Some localized flooding and low-lying and poor drainage areas will also be part of it too. So here's the other thing that we need to talk about, because, I don't want people to think that it's going to storm all day long on Saturday. This is the beginning time frame of when you can expect storms in your given area. Now, it's not going to be exact. This is a roundabout figure, but just go ahead and be prepared in these locations when the storms start moving in your direction. So let's start off with eastern Arkansas and Wynne, Earl, say Proctor, as well as Madison, Widener, say for our friends in Marvel, as well as Helena, West Helena, up towards Blytheville, Osceola, Manila, Leachville, Mark Tree, Lepanto, Anderson Tully, Wiener, and all points in between. We're talking about between about 3 to 6 p.m. That's when the start time would be for the storms. So you could probably get between 7 a.m. to about 3 p.m., but without having to really worry about storms. But after 3 p.m., you probably need to start looking at what's going on. And before that happens, you might end up with a watch or some sort. So we're talking about maybe a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch, which means to watch out for the potential for storms that could become strong or severe. A warning means you need to act. So hopefully we have no warnings. If we have a watch, just be on the lookout. But of course, I think you need to be able to look out anyways, especially with all the outdoor events that we've got going on here across the Mid-South. Let's look a little closer to the metro area for Shelby County, Memphis, Bartlett, Collierville, Millington, Cordova, all the way up towards Atoka, Munford, Covington, Ripley, Tennessee, Dyersburg, Hernando, Horn Lake, Tunica, Marks, Lambert, Sledge, as well as Como and Batesville. Holly Springs and Byhalia, between about 5 and 8 p.m. is when you can expect storms to begin to fire up in your backyard. And for places like, say, Kiel, as well as Oxford, over towards Snow Lake Shores, Ashland, Ripley, Mississippi, Middleton, Bolivar, Toone, Hornsby, Selmer, Adamsville, out towards Corinth and Rienzi, Glenn, we're talking about after sunset, 7 to 10 p.m. before you even start to see the chances for storms moving in your direction. So it's going to be a while before some of our eastern communities even see rainfall. So you can probably get through your day plans without problems. It'll be more so the evening hours that you've got to deal with the shower and thunderstorm chances. There's also a flood threat, a localized flood threat across parts of the Mid-South with this system that will come through the area. And you'll notice a marginal risk for some localized flooding and low-lying poor drainage areas. That's actually a pullback from yesterday, where we were thinking that there could be a little better chance for strong storms to put down some pretty decent rainfall. Today, the potential has come down a little bit because of the quicker motion of the shower and thunderstorm activity. So kind of backing back up, we're going to keep that wide window of time where we could have some strong storms in play between 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. But I will tell you that more than likely, as we get into today, meteorologist Riley Winch, I lied yesterday and said that Riley was doing midday, and I ended up having to do midday. But First Alert meteorologist Riley Winch, he is in the studio right now getting ready for the midday show, and then Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. They will be tracking out the storms as we get new data coming in throughout the course of the next couple of hours, and hopefully we can truncate that time frame a little bit. But I think in general, I think our severe weather threat will probably come to an end by the time we head towards about 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. But the storms themselves probably not done until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But of course, our main issue, strong wind potential, and we can't rule out that brief spin-up tornado. So here's the main thing that you want to see is the First Alert Futurecast. And there's so many things going on tomorrow. We've got the Cooper Young Beer Fest. We've got the River Arts Fest. Several fairs going on around the area as well. You're probably thinking to yourself, okay, can I go out and do these things? Zubu over at the Memphis Zoo. They gave us a call earlier this morning asking about the weather forecast for today, and looking ahead to tomorrow. Of course, Zubu also going on today. But tomorrow's event may be a little bit more murky, and they'll send out guidance on that here probably later on today or tomorrow. But you get the idea that there will be some storm chances coming into play here as the line works its way off towards the east. Now, this is the latest guidance coming in. It's suggesting now 5:30 still west of the Mississippi River, moving towards the river as we get closer to about 9, 10 o'clock. So there is a pushback on timing. This is the latest guidance coming down. So this has pushed back the timing even further than it did earlier today. But I think in general, we're still looking at that general time frame that we've been mentioning. The general time frame of 3 to 10 p.m. is the start time across the board, and then exiting as we get into the early hours of your Sunday morning. And hopefully the weather will quiet down and we should be in decent shape here by the time we head towards your Sunday. So there's definitely going to be some changes coming up, and behind this, some much cooler weather looking to come back into the fold. Actually, we're looking at highs more than likely getting back into the fold into the 70s and 60s for highs. You see there on Sunday, we'll go back over to it, afternoon temperature on Sunday in the upper 60s to near 70, and a cold northwest wind coming into play. And when you wake up early on your Sunday morning, I mean, we're dipping down deep into the 40s. I think Ariana Poindexter will have her heavy winter coat out probably by early Monday morning as we get ready for the newscast. But at least the sunshine will be back out, and we'll have a pretty decent day on Monday. We'll rebound back up through the mid-70s during the afternoon hours. But there's another front that's on the way that will also have some implications that will bring us some chances for cooler weather, with a secondary front that will swing through here by the time we head into the end of next week. So you can find out the details with the 10-day forecast. On the television side, you can see it popping through on the Action News 5 Plus channel anytime right there in the lower right-hand portion of the picture. One thing to do also, if you haven't done it, download the First Alert Weather app in the Google Play Store, Apple App Store. Have multiple sources of reliable information to stay up to date with the weather situation. And know that we are going to be here with you throughout the entire event. This is not, again, I don't want you to get all worked up about it. Okay? That's what I'm telling you, that you can get out tomorrow morning and do your plans. Early afternoon, you can get out and do your plans. Late afternoon, early evening, keep an eye to the sky because storms will be in the area, maybe not in your area, but you probably want to keep an eye on things. After about 3 o'clock, just check in and say, hey, all right, the weather guys said that we might have some storms nearby. Check the radar on the First Alert Weather app and say, okay, where are they in relation to me? And then make your own determination from there. Like I said, you have a lot of time tomorrow to just get out and enjoy. But be prepared that storms will be on the way as well. And like I said, we'll be here to keep you updated throughout the entirety of the event. This is not the worst thing in the world. This is nothing to get super worked up about, but something to just be prepared for. And again, like I said, the first time that we've seen a consolidated severe weather event probably for a while. The main threat being wind, but we can't rule out that we could see a spin-up tornado. It's in and out of here fairly quickly. Sunday will end up being a pretty nice day. Coming up, we got more interviews here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk with Andrew Douglas as we round out here on a Friday morning.
Not only improve quality of life, but also serve as a critical protective factor against these kinds of things. How is mental health among our veterans? It's so important to check up on them. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm going to talk more about this topic with a couple of people. I have Jacob Narowski. He's an Army veteran. He's a warrior there. I also am joined by Lindsay Tekat. She's a mental and brain health services director for the Wounded Warrior Project. Thank you for both of you joining us here on the digital desk. Jacob, I want to begin with you. Tell us about your mental journey. Good morning.
Good morning. You know, my mental journey really is, it's long. It's years. It's over 14 years spent hanging out the side of a Black Hawk helicopter in austere places all over the world, and seeing and experiencing things that most of us never even dream of. And then coming home, and you come home, and those experiences become memories, become stories that come home with you. And so trying to find my place in the world here as a dad, as a husband, as a community member is difficult when you're still kind of holding on to or carrying those memories that come with you. And so it's been so important for me on this journey that people have found me, friends that have kind of carried me through those moments and given me the opportunity to carry them, and just to begin to build a life of connection over this journey.
Well, first off, I appreciate everything that you and your family have done for this country, what you've sacrificed, because there's so many veterans that sacrifice so much to defend what this country stands for overseas. How important was human connection to your overall recovery, Jacob?
Human connection for me, and like for so many other veterans, is absolutely vital. There has to be somebody that tells you when the demons are lying, as I sometimes say. You have to have people around you that can remind you of your worth, remind you that you're important, that you still have a mission, that there's still more for you to do. And so for me, having those brothers and sisters nearby and having those check-ins has just been absolutely vital. And then learning that I can be the one checking on them as well.
Lindsay, I want to thank you, Jacob. Lindsay, I want to talk with you. And listen, Wounded Warrior Project, it is such an amazing organization. And thank you for all that you do for all the veterans out there. You work specifically in the mental and brain health services. Tell me, when it comes to the biggest challenges that veterans face, what are some of those big challenges out there?
Yeah, great question. So if you take when somebody's transitioning back into civilian life and you look at some of those challenges, you have a situation where somebody was in a very structured environment. They had a support system built in of folks that were like-minded, that they can relate to and are doing the same things. And they had a clear sense of mission and purpose. And then that disappears. They then start to transition out. They lose that sense of purpose. They lose that sense of mission while they're trying to navigate, where are my benefits? What is my family dynamics, my financial situation? What's going to be my next job? And that can be a very overwhelming time for a veteran. And they may also be experiencing, symptoms of PTSD on top of that. And so having connection during that time is going to be so critical. Having that support system of like-minded individuals that might be going through it with you, or that have already went through it and can help shepherd, or as Jake said, be the one carrying you. You mentioned our survey. Our survey showed that for wounded warriors who had listed isolation or that lack of connection as a symptom that they were experiencing, they were 3 times more likely to have had suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. So connection is key.
No question about it. Jake, I really appreciate you opening up, telling your story to help others. Lindsay, quickly, where can, if perhaps one of our viewers has a family member who's struggling right now, where can they go for help?
I think it's great that you mentioned family member, right? You do not have to be a mental health expert to help somebody who's struggling or to help yourself if you're struggling. I'd recommend going to woundedwarriorproject.org. We're there to support. We stand by ready to connect you to programs, connect you to services, and help build that foundation of connection.
All right, Jacob and Lindsay, we appreciate your time here on the digital desk. God bless you both, and thank you for your time.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Sydney Gray in for Andrew Douglas today. We've been bringing you so many different segments today, all about events and things that are happening across the Mid-South. Well, we got to keep that momentum going as we talk about basketball season. Of course, you know, your Memphis Tigers are going to be playing pretty soon here. And there is this thing we got to talk about, the little penny puppet. Y'all remember that? We got a friend who does. Joining me this morning is Mike, I was about to say your name the wrong way. We just talked about how to say your name this morning. Mike Provenzale is here with us on the digital desk to talk about the little penny puppet. How you doing, Mike?
Good for you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining the digital desk today. You got someone behind you there. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the star of the show right here. This is a production puppet of Little Penny, used for the Nike ad campaign in the 90s. One of the most iconic ad campaigns ever. And it's going to find a new home in about 2 weeks.
That is pretty cool. So tell us a little bit of the background for those youngins who didn't quite grow up in the 90s or see this back in the day. What is this all about?
So in the 90s, Anthony Hardaway was signed to Nike. He had his own shoe line, the Memphis Great, and then he was playing for the Orlando Magic at the time. And Nike came up with an ingenious ad campaign where it was Penny Hardaway and then Little Penny, the puppet. And he was voiced by Chris Rock. And they did a series of commercials, all hilarious. Anthony, you know, very humble guy. Little Penny was the opposite. He had a lot of attitude and was very outgoing and very interested in dating Tyra Banks.
This is so cool to see. Tell us kind of what sparked all this to kind of make its return.
So the consignor reached out to us. He worked on the ad campaign. And when the campaign was over, the head of the project gave him this production puppet as a gift. And it was used in the still photography for the ad campaign. As soon as we saw it, we knew it was going to be a big hit. In the auction business, nostalgia is a huge part of desirability. And for basketball fans and Memphis Tiger fans, Magic fans, and NBA fans, that Little Penny campaign still has legs. The commercials are still hilarious. So we knew it was going to be a big hit. It's currently at $26,000, and we still have over 2 weeks of bidding to go. But you can check out the full story at ha.com.
That was my next question. I wanted to know where the bidding was standing at this point. You said at $26,000 at this point?
Yeah, when the consignor first reached out to us, everyone wants to know what their item's worth. We give free appraisals on anything. Some things are easy to appraise, but one-of-one items like this are a little more difficult. So we estimated it at $30,000, but looks like we underestimated people's interest and the nostalgia factor. So yeah, it's at $26,000 and looks like it's going to exceed that $30,000 estimate. But it's a real one-of-one. We've never seen one before. None have come out and reached the auction block, so this is the first time. We had it on display at our national convention this summer, and it was one of the most popular items at the entire show. Everyone was taking pictures with it, and really it's just an honor to be sitting here next to Little Penny.
It looks really, really cool just to be right there next to you. For people who are watching, whether they're here in Memphis or wherever they may see this online, if they have the cash, they want to get their hands on this, what do they need to be doing right now? How can they bid on this item?
Just go to ha.com. Our fall auction is open. There's over 4,200 items there, cards and collectibles. A little bit of everything for everyone. And this little guy is turning out to have a huge result, and we're excited to see where it ends up on October 25th.
All right. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for your time. Thanks, Little Penny, hanging out with you. This is super, super cool. Anything else you want the folks to know before we go?
Yeah, I would encourage people, if you have something you think is valuable or you want to find out what it's worth, reach out to us at ha.com. We give free appraisals even if you're not interested in selling, and maybe you've got a gem like this one sitting in your house that could turn your life around.
All right, maybe so. Mike, thank you so much. We do appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, which will feature a back and forth between clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the 80s as we go through the course of the day. A south breeze flowing in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The sunshine becomes a bit more dominant as we head towards the back end of the day, but you'll kind of go back and forth between clouds and sunshine as we go through the course of the late morning, early afternoon hours. Our Friday football fever game of the week, Horn Lake and DeSoto Central, a battle in DeSoto County tonight. Mostly clear skies. Kickoff at 77 degrees, dropping off to the low 70s by the end of the game. Some great weather for football here across the Mid-South going into your day tonight. And of course, we'll have highlights tonight on actionnews5.com and also on Action News 5. 68 the overnight low temperature, mostly clear. A warmer night, a southerly breeze coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So while we have the clouds rolling in here today with a little weak system moving past, it will clear out the skies ahead of the start of your day tomorrow. So if you have plans heading to the River Arts Fest down at Riverside Drive, of course, that's an all weekend event, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Understand we'll probably start off with sunshine on your Saturday morning, but we'll give way to more clouds and eventually some rain chances coming into the fold during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. And notice the winds coming out of the south and west around 15 miles per hour. So all the vendors who are going down there, be prepared for not just the winds on Saturday, but also Sunday, because instead of the southwest winds that you'll get on Saturday, you'll get the northwesterly winds on Sunday. Temperatures topping out in the middle 80s. Your Memphis Tigers taking a road trip to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, going up against the UAB Blazers. Temperatures in the 80s, easing their way to the lower 80s. A great day of weather there in Birmingham, a 3 p.m. kickoff, and your Ole Miss Rebels going to Sanford Stadium. Between the Hedges in Athens, 2:30 kickoff. Great weather there in Athens, Georgia. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the low 80s by the end of the day. But a first alert for everybody, whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South, heading to Birmingham, even to Athens. There's going to be a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that will be making a trek through the region over the course of not just your Saturday, but going into Sunday as well. So even if you have plans to head back from Birmingham from the game, you're going to have to run into this line of storms. And if you're coming back from Athens, Georgia, it may not be in the morning, but you still got to get through that line, no less, as you get through in the afternoon and evening hours. A severe weather risk is in play for the Action News 5 coverage area on Saturday. A slight level 2 out of 5 risk for the entire area now, encompassing us from the Missouri Boot Hill through North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, and West Tennessee. So what does that play out for us? Well, we're going to open up a time frame still between 3 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds are going to be the primary severe weather risk. So straight line winds coming into play, that bow and arrow effect. So think about that bow. Again, you pull back on it and the arrow goes shooting out. That is the push of wind coming along with it. But you get turbulence right along the arrowhead. And that turbulence can lead up to a little bit of a low-level spin, and low-level spin could lead up to a spin-up risk of a tornado in the aspect of weather. Some localized flooding, some low-lying poor drainage areas. We can't rule out some small hail. I don't think it's the most overwhelming risk for hail, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. This is the timeline for the start of the showers and thunderstorms. And understand, not everybody will see storms during the course of the day. That's why I had to bring down those rain chances a bit, because I don't want you to think it's going to rain all day. It's Eastern Arkansas first between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's when the rain rain chances will begin to increase for you guys for the metro area between 5 and 8 p.m. and then for eastern areas between 7 and 10 p.m. So it may be after sunset before places like Ripley, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Selmer, Tennessee, and Bolivar, Tennessee see showers and thunderstorms. It could be after sunset. Right around sunset for the Mississippi River communities down the Highway 51 corridor from Dyersburg, Covington into the Memphis metro area and westward into eastern Arkansas. It will be mid-afternoon as the storms begin to roll into your area. So let's time it out with our first alert futurecast. And again, we'll start off with sunshine on your Saturday. Sun will fade behind some clouds slowly but surely. That wind gusting out of the south and west around 15 plus miles per hour. Here come the storms rolling towards the area. So by the time we get towards about 6 o'clock, storms rolling in. See those lines forming along the entire line, and some of these elements here, you're going to have some gusty wind potential here and there, and also the potential for these little kinks along the line. And those little kinks could spawn off a quick spin-up tornado. That line will push eastward towards the Tennessee River, getting closer to 10 o'clock. I think our severe weather potential probably is done by about midnight, but the rain and storms will probably come to an end by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as we get the system to pull away from us into the early hours of your Sunday. Cooler breezes out of the north and west will bring back sunshine, and temperatures only struggling to get back to the upper 60s to near 70 by the end of the day. Of course, with this first severe weather day of the fall season that we've seen more consolidated severe weather, just a reminder to charge your devices ahead of time, have multiple reliable sources of weather information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued for your area. Here comes the cooler air behind that frontal boundary. It's one shot of cooler air, but it's not the only shot of cooler air in the next 10 days. There's another one that will be reloading back to the west. That's another front that'll come swinging through the area through the mid portion of the week. That'll bring us another shot of cooler air. So my friends, if you're a fan of fall, it's your time to shine next week. But in the meantime, we're still feeling more summery, more like early September, mid-80s expected today and tomorrow. And we'll start off with clouds on the increase here today, get till about lunchtime, and the clouds will start to clear out and sunshine to return. We'll be clear tonight. Quiet and sunny to start off early on Saturday morning, but we'll add in clouds gradually throughout the course of the day, and eventually those clouds will lead up to chances for storms. It'll be a breezy one as well. Southwesterly breezes gusting around 25 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. Understand, again, vast majority of the day will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we have to keep an eye on the storms. And with football going on, festivals going on, it's a good thing to keep an eye to the sky if you are going to be out at these events. Because again, the storms will likely increase in coverage, especially in the metro area, I think after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So keep an eye to the sky. Keep it going through the overnight period, and then a lingering shower chance early Sunday. Cooler breezes filtering in here, a high near 70. We'll pop back into the mid 70s on Monday. Lower to middle 70s as another front comes swinging through here. That'll knock the numbers back. Look at the overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s as we head throughout much of next week. We'll add in a few more clouds by Thursday, Friday, a couple shower chances too, popping back in the mid 70s by the end of next weekend.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is coming up later this month, the Orange Mound Music Fest. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined by Sabrina Norwood. She is the festival organizer. She's also the executive director of the Young Actors Guild. And she's here to talk a little bit about the Orange Mound Music Festival. Sabrina, good morning to you. Is this the first time the festival has been going on? And tell me what to expect. This is later this month. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing
We're
great.
super excited. This is our third annual Orange Mound Music Fest here at the Harriet Performing Arts Center. We're expecting a lot of fun, a lot of young people, and a lot of Memphis artists here at the Orange Mound Music Fest. And really exciting this year. This is the first opportunity for the Shell on Wheels to be here in the Orange Mound community. So to be able to bring the Shell on Wheels here to help connect community to arts and to create a really amazing arts and music vibe here in the community, we're really excited to be able to do that.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is Saturday. It's October 25th. It's from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. It's free admission for everybody. Tell me more. What else can we talk about with regards to what's going to happen between 10 and 2 on Saturday, October 25th?
Yeah, from 10 to 2, we have 2 amazing stages. We have an amazing kids zone that will be here. We also have some great artists, some local artists from Memphis. Opera Memphis will be here. Playhouse on the Square will be here. Mr. Gerald Richardson, Izzy the Songstress, Jay Buck, and the list goes on. And certainly our organization, Young Actors Guild, will be here performing. This is an amazing opportunity to provide a platform for local artists who don't typically have an opportunity to have such a platform, but also an opportunity for Memphis to bring the arts back to the community. Sitting here in the Orange Mound community and adjacent to Cherokee and Bethel Grove, we're excited for the opportunity to really reinvigorate this community with the arts and provide this community an opportunity to have a safe environment for young people, a safe environment for the community to come out. There'll be a lot of food trucks, a lot of fun, and we're super excited for our amazing partners. We've partnered this year with the City of Memphis, the Tennessee Arts Commission, Arts Memphis, to be able to put on this amazing event.
It sounds great, Sabrina, and just for our audience, we're talking about performance stages, food truck row, face painting, line dancing, and the Harriet Performing Arts Center on Lamar Avenue. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay, so anything else you want to let our audience know about Saturday, October 25th? Sounds like it's going to be a great time.
It is going to be a really great time. Our founder and artistic director, Ms. Christy Chandler, she's done an amazing job casting a phenomenal layout for our music fest this year. She's been working extremely hard. Our volunteers here at the center, we want you to be here. Right now, we're casted for beautiful weather. And so if you don't have anything to do, bring your lawn chairs out so that you can enjoy the Shell on Wheels, or you can come in and enjoy our indoor stage. Bring all the children. We have candy, we have face painting, we have art projects, we have an amazing kids zone where they can win some amazing prizes. And then also there's an opportunity for our adults to receive some health checks as well. And so we're just excited to be able to host this event again this year for the third time. And we're looking forward to the Memphis community coming out to support this amazing event.
All right, Sabrina Norwood, one of the big organizers for the music festival set to take place in Orange Mound, October 25th on Saturday from 10 to 2. Sabrina, thank you so much for coming on the digital desk, telling us about it, and good luck on Saturday. It's going to be a great time, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, which will feature a back and forth between clouds and sunshine. Temperatures warming up into the 80s as we go through the course of the day. A south breeze flowing in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The sunshine becomes a bit more dominant as we head towards the back end of the day, but you'll kind of go back and forth between clouds and sunshine as we go through the course of the late morning, early afternoon hours. Our Friday football fever game of the week, Horn Lake and DeSoto Central, a battle in DeSoto County tonight. Mostly clear skies. Kickoff at 77 degrees, dropping off to the low 70s by the end of the game. Some great weather for football here across the Mid-South going into your day tonight. And of course, we'll have highlights tonight on actionnews5.com and also on Action News 5. 68 the overnight low temperature, mostly clear. A warmer night, a southerly breeze coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So while we have the clouds rolling in here today with a little weak system moving past, it will clear out the skies ahead of the start of your day tomorrow. So if you have plans heading to the River Arts Fest down at Riverside Drive, of course, that's an all weekend event, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Understand we'll probably start off with sunshine on your Saturday morning, but we'll give way to more clouds and eventually some rain chances coming into the fold during the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. And notice the winds coming out of the south and west around 15 miles per hour. So all the vendors who are going down there, be prepared for not just the winds on Saturday, but also Sunday, because instead of the southwest winds that you'll get on Saturday, you'll get the northwesterly winds on Sunday. Temperatures topping out in the middle 80s. Your Memphis Tigers taking a road trip to Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama, going up against the UAB Blazers. Temperatures in the 80s, easing their way to the lower 80s. A great day of weather there in Birmingham, a 3 p.m. kickoff, and your Ole Miss Rebels going to Sanford Stadium. Between the Hedges in Athens, 2:30 kickoff. Great weather there in Athens, Georgia. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the low 80s by the end of the day. But a first alert for everybody, whether you're going to be sticking around here in the Mid-South, heading to Birmingham, even to Athens. There's going to be a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that will be making a trek through the region over the course of not just your Saturday, but going into Sunday as well. So even if you have plans to head back from Birmingham from the game, you're going to have to run into this line of storms. And if you're coming back from Athens, Georgia, it may not be in the morning, but you still got to get through that line, no less, as you get through in the afternoon and evening hours. A severe weather risk is in play for the Action News 5 coverage area on Saturday. A slight level 2 out of 5 risk for the entire area now, encompassing us from the Missouri Boot Hill through North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, and West Tennessee. So what does that play out for us? Well, we're going to open up a time frame still between 3 p.m. Saturday through 3 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds are going to be the primary severe weather risk. So straight line winds coming into play, that bow and arrow effect. So think about that bow. Again, you pull back on it and the arrow goes shooting out. That is the push of wind coming along with it. But you get turbulence right along the arrowhead. And that turbulence can lead up to a little bit of a low-level spin, and low-level spin could lead up to a spin-up risk of a tornado in the aspect of weather. Some localized flooding, some low-lying poor drainage areas. We can't rule out some small hail. I don't think it's the most overwhelming risk for hail, but something we'll be keeping an eye on. This is the timeline for the start of the showers and thunderstorms. And understand, not everybody will see storms during the course of the day. That's why I had to bring down those rain chances a bit, because I don't want you to think it's going to rain all day. It's Eastern Arkansas first between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's when the rain chances will begin to increase for you guys. For the metro area between 5 and 8 p.m. and then for eastern areas between 7 and 10 p.m. So it may be after sunset before places like Ripley, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, Selmer, Tennessee, and Bolivar, Tennessee see showers and thunderstorms. It could be after sunset. Right around sunset for the Mississippi River communities down the Highway 51 corridor from Dyersburg, Covington into the Memphis metro area and westward into eastern Arkansas. It will be mid-afternoon as the storms begin to roll into your area. So let's time it out with our first alert futurecast. And again, we'll start off with sunshine on your Saturday. Sun will fade behind some clouds slowly but surely. That wind gusting out of the south and west around 15 plus miles per hour. Here come the storms rolling towards the area. So by the time we get towards about 6 o'clock, storms rolling in. See those lines forming along the entire line, and some of these elements here, you're going to have some gusty wind potential here and there, and also the potential for these little kinks along the line. And those little kinks could spawn off a quick spin-up tornado. That line will push eastward towards the Tennessee River, getting closer to 10 o'clock. I think our severe weather potential probably is done by about midnight, but the rain and storms will probably come to an end by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning as we get the system to pull away from us into the early hours of your Sunday. Cooler breezes out of the north and west will bring back sunshine sunshine, and temperatures only struggling to get back to the upper 60s to near 70 by the end of the day. Of course, with this first severe weather day of the fall season that we've seen more consolidated severe weather, just a reminder to charge your devices ahead of time, have multiple reliable sources of weather information, and know what to do and where to go if and when warnings are issued for your area. Here comes the cooler air behind that frontal boundary. It's one shot of cooler air, but it's not the only shot of cooler air in the next 10 days. There's another one that will be reloading back to the west. That's another front that'll come swinging through the area through the mid portion of the week. I'll bring us another shot of cooler air. So my friends, if you're a fan of fall, it's your time to shine next week. But in the meantime, we're still feeling more summery, more like early September, mid 80s expected today and tomorrow. And we'll start off with clouds on the increase here today, get till about lunchtime, and the clouds will start to clear out and sunshine to return. We'll be clear tonight. Quiet and sunny to start off early on Saturday morning, but we'll add in clouds gradually throughout the course of the day, and eventually those clouds will lead up to chances for storms. It'll be a breezy one as well. Southwesterly breezes gusting around 25 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. Understand, again, vast majority of the day will likely be dry. It's the end of the day that we have to keep an eye on the storms. And with football going on, festivals going on, it's a good thing to keep an eye to the sky if you are going to be out at these events. Because, again, the storms will likely increase in coverage, especially in the metro area, I think after about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So keep an eye to the sky. Keep it going through the overnight period, and then a lingering shower chance early Sunday. Cooler breezes filtering in here, a high near 70. We'll pop back into the mid-70s on Monday. Lower to middle 70s as another front comes swinging through here. They'll knock the numbers back. Look at the overnight lows in the upper 40s and low 50s as we head throughout much of next week. We'll add in a few more clouds by Thursday, Friday, a couple shower chances too, popping back in the mid-70s by the end of next weekend.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The month of October is a lot like the month of May in Memphis. There are so many things that are happening all across town in festivals, events, celebrations, just being out hanging with other folks. There are so many different things. So the best resource in order to organize your thoughts of where you want to go, what you want to do, is the I Love Memphis blog. And we got Jalen Suchek here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk just to organize our thoughts, because there are so many things. Am I wrong? October is like one of the busiest months of the year, is it not? Good morning.
Oh, I mean, October is just insane. You got to think all the good weather we get, all the fall activities, as it starts to get a little bit cooler. So you have Halloween events. I just actually finished our October blog right now, and it's at 30 plus events. And honestly, we could keep adding to it. I could probably keep adding all day. It could be like 50 plus events happening this month. So it is a good time to get out.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. All right. So let's hit on a few of them.
Yeah, so these are, I just pulled 5 of kind of like my favorite fall activities right now, maybe like 5 fall must-dos. And so the first one is both for the kids and the adults. So we have Zoo Boo and Zootoberfest happening at the Memphis Zoo. Zoo Boo runs from October 10th to November 1st. If you have been before, you should know to get your tickets early because it does sell out. But it's a trick-or-treat station set up throughout the zoo. The friendly, spooky displays, magic shows, just a lot of fun for the kids. And then, of course, like Zootoberfest is basically adult trick-or-treating with beer stations throughout the zoo, and they do that every Saturday and Sunday. And also really cool this year is they have a new beer garden at the Memphis Zoo with vendor stations, brat stand, pretzels and nachos, beer cheese, apple pie, ice cream, All the fixings in there. It's free to enter that part, and you do purchase the food. But I love Zootoberfest. I think it's such a good time to go on the weekends, and especially as an adult, maybe if you don't have kids, to reacquaint yourself with our great zoo. So that's one of my must-dos this fall. And then you kind of saw a picture earlier is the pumpkin house at the Dixon. This is just one of those super fun fall traditions. And if you didn't know, the Dixon is free to visit all the time, always. And I did see an update for them yesterday that they had started to build out the pumpkin house. So it should be ready to go soon, if not by today. So you can go there free, take all your photo ops. You can do your family photos, and that's really popular. I've seen engagements happen at this house. Super cute little photo op, and then spend some time while you're there, experience the gardens, the galleries, and you can grab a bite at Park and Cherry. So Dixon's really an amazing resource that we have in the community. And then if we're going to continue the fall fun, we have the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center. So this is a family-friendly maze during the day and weeknights, and then it turns haunted on weekend nights beginning this weekend, as if getting lost in a maze wasn't scary enough. So they'll bring in, some actors and decor to make it a little bit more frightening on the weekends. But otherwise, it is kid family-friendly. And then they do have a corn cannon, jumping pillow for the kids. Highly recommend going on a Wednesday night because that is their family night. So you can get a free hayride and bonfire with your admission. But I feel like a corn maze is a rite of passage for people here in Memphis. And then another one is kind of going the Zootoberfest theme. It is just the Oktoberfest season. So a lot of Oktoberfest have kind of already started to happen. So this is why I wanted to get it on people's radar, because we have a couple coming up that are great. It'll be happening throughout the month, but the big ones is Wiseacre this weekend, and then Grind City Brewing. Both have huge Oktoberfest celebrations, so you can expect drink deals, stein holding competitions, beer specials, really appropriate like fall German food trucks on site. And we do have a blog dedicated to all the Oktoberfest celebrations that you can find on our homepage right now. And then the last one is maybe a little bit more untraditional. It is going to Elmwood Cemetery. I love Elmwood Cemetery. I think it's so beautiful, historic. And of course, it is a little bit spooky, but it's perfect for the fall. There's just so much history in the cemetery. And they do a lot of incredible programming this month. So you see in the image now, this is from Soul of the City a few years ago. And what it is they'll bring in actors and they portray the stories of the residents that rest there at Elmwood Cemetery. So you walk around with the group and it's a really interactive, fun storytelling. They have the costumes, just a lot of fun. This also is a fundraiser for the cemetery for their, their upkeep and staff. And then they also do some more fun events, like they have cemetery cinema. So they'll broadcast a movie. They'll be doing Dracula later this month on the roof of their shed. And then they also do some really cool theme tours, sometimes highlighting maybe the darker side of some of the people who are in that cemetery, or some, just very fascinating, interesting stories that they curate there.
I'm so with you, Jalen. I mean, like, the Elmwood Cemetery is amazing. I went on a tour a few years ago with a group of teenagers, and you learn so much about a city, its past. It's incredible, and there's such a rich past right there in Elmwood Cemetery. It's amazing to me. In fact, a lot of times my wife and I will go to other cemeteries in other cities that we visit just to kind of learn a little bit more about that city where we're in. I mean, I love it, and it's a great place. I would think in October it's a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe such a hard thing to wrap around, the idea of going to a cemetery for fun, but it just trust me, it is a great place to visit. And like you mentioned, there's so much history. I think every time I go, I learn something new, whether it's, yellow fever or, some Machine Gun Kelly's stories, mob stories back in the day. There's just, it's just an incredible, like, historical relic in the city.
Okay, and you mentioned for our audience that there is a specific dedication for October events on the blog. Is that right?
Yep, I just hit publish on it. So there are 30 plus events happening. You'll find it on our homepage, but and I'll continue to add to it too as well, because like you said, there's a lot happening in October. But if you head to ilovememphisblog.com, you'll be able to find it.
Awesome. ilovememphisblog.com. Jalen Suchek joining us on the digital desk. and telling us all about this amazing resource for free for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South and beyond. Jalen, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you have a great October.
Okay, you do the same, Jalen. Appreciate it. Okay, that does it for us here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Take a look from our High 5 camera outside of our studio in downtown Memphis and outside of our studios here, 1960 Union Avenue. 73 comfortable degrees as we approach the 11 o'clock hour. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour with all of your headlines and that all-important forecast with Riley Winch. He's going to be talking about weekend forecast, certainly, and a bit of storms that are expected to hit late on Saturday into Sunday. So he'll have a deep dive on that and then join us once again bright and early tomorrow, Monday morning, I should say, for the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's 7 to 11, Monday through Friday. You can find it everywhere, actionnews5.com, our digital apps, and digital channel 5.3 or channel 907 on Xfinity.
She loved it. And she stayed there.
take Cheryl Bowles from Taylor Practice from Mason. Good now.
goodness. Oh my goodness. If I didn't like it. Wow, are you spreading awareness this month? Holidays. What's her name? Mom. And you get Mom. Oh, Mama. Oh, Mama.
I think she's a little bird dog.
She already knows. See, we only had like 3 weeks in our baby. Yeah, she's only 7 months. She actually had parvo when she came, but now she's better. She came the day before our call. I got my other guys, you guys, she had parvo this morning. This is mom. Yep. Poor thing. She's like, you don't get to give me kisses, I'll give you kisses. You need a 7-month-old baby.
I already have 2 babies.
I need another one. I need another one. He's trying to take it out. He's trying to come out.
They're so soft. Oh my goodness. She must be a big old dog.
This is something to take back to the team. When she came with the parvo, she was not happy. She was just very shy, very standoffish with everybody, not eating her food, just vomiting all the time. But now she's excited for like 2 weeks, and now she's all in everybody's face, and she rides really good in the car. She just wants to look out the window.
Is there a leash?
I have no idea. So we don't DNA test her dogs. So they recommend that.
She looks like a bird dog. She looks like she swims.
What again? What?
She looks like it. Look at that fur.
Yeah, she's
Can I see your paw? Is that allowed?
You have a dog? No, I know. Fuck yeah, we did. I get my dog.
Yeah.
I'm used to.
I know, it's the highlight of my week, Fridays. You know, we always aim to bring in nice little looking, big, cute, small ones. Might throw y'all out for the kid one day, I don't know what to do. Might bring a kid.
That'll look good.
I thought you said kid.
Oh, no, kitten, no.
My face.
We don't sell those. Yeah, we don't sell those. We don't sell those.
Oh, kids don't disrespect nothing.
No. They do. She didn't know. She didn't know what this meant. She was very scared. We didn't know she was alive. She had already been. We were telling everybody, hey, she's not alive. So
They usually put their stuff up this morning.
that was 3 weeks ago. So she's out of the
She ain't gonna last long.
out of the storm.
Look how important it is.
I'm hoping I can
No,
sell her.
actually,
She's
last
and then by Monday.
and like, I guess formed it all up and then only signed it yesterday and sent it out.
Told her in the car, I said, oh my God.
I don't remember hearing. Oh, was that illegal?
Yes, my dog's John the Grasshopper. You love your dog? She's wild. I don't I do. Do it. Like you've seen all my
grits for me?
That's his kind of dog too.
Really? This is mom. Yeah, this is mom. That is a late. Yeah, she is a
Calling her a he. She, can't you see her big scar?
She's celebrating though.
And her name is Mom. Hey,
Mom.
I love you, so.
I tried to get him to. I was like,
Yeah, I
this
love
is not
these.
good for TV. And she just let me do it too. Look how she just let me do it.
We gotta get them eyebrows out of there. Okay, now, let's do this. 7 months.
7 months. It's a little baby.
Right, and it's written like that in the declaration as well as some other stuff. You know, so we're just crossing our T's, dotting our I's, reaching out to everybody. You know, because it specifically says Memphis State Task Force in there too. Just, you know, running around, something new to do, right? You know what, I've been asking myself that same thing. I was just finishing college at that time. Yeah, that would be great. I'm actually gonna be gone all of next week, and I still wanna send some ideas and stuff. That following Monday. Yeah, so we covered it, we aired a whole story on the boat, apparently we got to the web and the boat a day later. So, yeah, it was great to work out. Yeah. We did, yeah. I forget who it was, but let me pull it up on Instagram. We posted it maybe. Oh, probably. Yep.
Yeah, like whenever they would show like a newspaper newsroom in the 70s movies, and just let's see all the president's men.
This is one of my favorite websites of all time. Based on our conversation.
Well, it's a glitch story. Any chance we could have him and his handler on today? The Better Memphis SARS, yes. If not, we can always do it anytime next week. We're free all next week. But today, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yay! Okay, I'll let my producer know. 3:45-ish, yes. Thank you. All right, bye. Yes, yes, and I'll send you our previous order too. I think that's something that you can add, set like in addition here. Like if you know, like if I live in Florida, if my house is on the water, I would probably get hurt because it's kind of my house is more likely going to get hit by a red shark. If that makes it better. I'm about to send you a second thing to do. Well, I'll send it to you. Okay. Thanks, Chrysler. I think college insurance is only like house goes on fire or like something. I don't know. So I get my husband to handle all that stuff. Dennis Glitch, Hannah Glitch, Sergeant Josh was, no, it's gonna be the dog in. Yeah, yeah, his handler, Josh Davis.
starts in a halfway point anyway.
So it's the intake?
Sort of. It's the second half of it for sure.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
But it doesn't have to be. Okay, so let's. That's what she said. Fantastic.
Good.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Remove.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And then let me know how the conversation with Michaela goes. Okay, I will. Troublemaker, just making sure she's paying attention. Yeah, and laundry's included. I need you to do my laundry for me. My wife already uses this detergent, and I just don't like the way it smells. Laundry on the laundry. My wife uses like Tide. I feel like I just put it on
doesn't have room for it in here. But like the type of store I have to tell is going to have heavy focus on ice because that's the majority of what they talked about. He came in towards the very end and basically I think he was really good.
it was one woman,
Yeah, so the question is, food debt. They say
Joel, did you go to high school? Oh, okay.
their main thing was
Was that part
this
of
is
the
bad for the
Georgetown school
community.
district back then, or?
You don't want this here, you haven't wanted it here, and here's how it's impacting the community.
yeah, I just didn't know if they like
Yeah. I don't know much about the No Kings, but to me the No Kings is
that's
more
something that's been going on.
protest, and it's been going on,
Yeah.
they protesting.
That's
They're more
more
like
federal government.
action.
Yeah, and they're specifically just
Yeah, they're all about task force, and they're also like action, boots on the ground, what can we do to help people, here's a hotline that you can call to see activism, here's what you can do to, here's what you can call to donate food to help people who now are scared to leave their homes and stuff like that.
stay outside. It's, like, you guys are like